Hey guys, tonight we're slipping into a crumbling Andalusian estate where every crack in the wall whispers secrets older than your Wi-Fi router. Picture this. You're standing before a wrought iron gate eaten alive by rust, its twists and curls like frozen smoke against the dusk. This isn't some tacky hotel lobby fountain. You're about to waltz through the VIP entrance of a 12th century villa that saw Muslim Berber dynasties rise and fall like bad TikTok trends. Pro tip, you probably won't survive the history lesson. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your location and local time. Tell me where you're watching from as we step through this creaky time machine together. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Your fingers graze the gate's scrollwork, flakes of orange rust dusting your palm like morbid glitter. Metal groans as you push a sound that make a dentist quit their job. Beyond lies a courtyard choked by twilight. Terracotta walls blush amber under the dying sun. Ever notice how old places breathe? This one exhales lavender and scorched earth, the ghosts of 1,000 sunrises baked into its bones. Fun fact: historians still argue whether these gates were built to keep invaders out or to trap something in. Your boots crunch gravel as you pass, each step kicking up whispers of Moorish spice traders and bored noblemen. Those arches ahead, they're called muqarnas, honeycomb vaulting. That's basically Islamic architecture's answer to psychedelic drip art. A lizard darts across your path, its scales glinting like molten bronze. It pauses, tilts its head, as if to say, "Wrong century, buddy." Above you, swallows carve spirals in the violet sky, their wings slicing the quiet into ribbons. You catch a whiff of myrtle, sharp and green, cut with something muskier. Rot, maybe. Perfume. Hard to tell when everything here's been decomposing for 800 years. Here's a spicy tidbit. Locals swore the gate's rust-covered hinges were a curse. Pluck a flake, and you'd wake screaming about drowned cities and three-eyed mules. Try not to think about it as you brush that rust off your sleeve. The villa looms ahead, its windows black as tar pits. You half expect a face to press against the glass, some Spanish Gilgamesh side-eyeing your sneakers. Instead, a hot breeze rattles a lone shutter, a rhythm almost like speech. Come stray, stay. Your shadow stretches the iron slips from your fingertips, its final shudder rippling up your arm like a plucked string. You turn toward the scent first, jasmine so thick it feels like walking through syrup. Cobblestones bite your soles through worn shoes, each step muffled by moss older than the Spanish Inquisition. Shadows yawn across the courtyard, liquid shapes pooling around your ankles. Historians note Moorish courtyards like this chilled rooms, using clever air channels. But the real genius is how twilight softens every harsh edge here. A thorn snags your sleeve. You pivot to face the offender. Not a rose bush, just bougainvillea disguising itself as lace. Their papery blossoms tremble, blushing deeper as night approaches. Your grandmother's voice surfaces. Plant them by doorways to confuse evil spirits. You half expect a spectral salesman to pop out, demanding a better shrubbery arrangement. The breeze shifts, carrying salt from distant coasts. 17th century trade routes turned this region into a spice funnel nutmeg and pepper flowing through ports just 90 kilometers west. But tonight, it's all jasmine. Crushed petals once lined the Sultan's pillowcases, an early attempt at aromatherapy before it became Instagrammable. You pass a stone trough, water stagnant, but for the occasional bubble. Something glints below the surface, a pewter button. Fish dart away, translucent fins fanning like miniature ballgowns. Scholars still argue whether these basins held goldfish for meditation or just served as fancy mosquito traps. The answer's probably both. Humans excel at multitasking laziness. A moth grazes your ear, its wings unnervingly silent. You freeze, remembering those nature docs about bats. None here, just the villa's emptiness pressing closer. The path splits, left toward an arch dripping wisteria, right into a colonnade swallowed by ivy. Your shadow stretches left eager. Your blisters vote right. Democracy loses. Under the arch, your head brushes petals. Purple confetti clings to your hair. Some cultures believed wisteria could ward off nightmares, though accidentally wearing it probably just made you a target for territorial bees. The villa's original blueprints mention a night garden, but the architect's handwriting devolves into wine stains after page 12. Pebbles crunch behind you, too rhythmic for wind. You spin nothing but that damned bougainvillea rattling, maybe a gecko, or the villa's phantom cat population, judging from the claw marks on every bench. 3 tiles near your foot form a half-moon pattern, chipped enamel revealing terracotta beneath. You kneel, palm flat, on warm stone. Historians still argue whether these mosaics encoded Sufi poetry or just drunken dares between masons. The first star pricks the sky Venus, refusing to wait her turn. Cicadas rev up, their buzz saw serenade syncopated but relentless. You picture the villa's 4th owner, Don Rodrigo, sipping sherry here, while servants fanned him with peacock feathers. His portraits in Granada's museum, all eyebrows and distrust of sunlight. A shutter bangs overhead, your shoulders meet your ears. Pigeons scatter, their wing claps sharp as firecrackers. You count breaths until the courtyard stills, until the shadows finish stretching. Someone once wrote that Andalusian nights don't end, they accumulate. You're starting to believe them. The air thickens, dampness pooling in your collarbones. Lemon trees haunt the next alcove, their fruit dangling like forgotten ornaments. You snap a leaf, citrus oil misting your wrist. Merchants traded these saplings for saffron threads, equal weight for equal worth. Imagine haggling over a scale, golden stamens versus something that'll outlive your grandchildren. Footsteps echo yours, obviously. Unless the villas developed an echo with commitment issues. You trail fingers along the wall plaster, crumbling like stale cake. Light bleeds from a high window, oil lamp, or possibly a very disciplined firefly. Your stomach growls. Since when did atmospheric decay spark hunger? You pause where the path dissolves into wild grass. The villa's heartbeat thrums here, crickets and rustling rodents, and water chuckling through hidden pipes. Maps claim this place had 32 fountains, but you've only found 8. Either the rest are buried, or someone added extra zeros to impress a lover. The moon takes center stage, her light flattening the world into cutouts. A tile slips underfoot, you catch yourself on a pillar. Your palm comes away dusty, powdered marble mixed with 2 centuries of neglect. It's the kind of grime that ruins white sneakers. But here, it feels like touching time itself. The marble grit lingers on your palm. You wipe it on your thigh as the path bends. Oranges emerge, dozens suspended like stolen sunlight in green vaults. Their skins glow, amber spheres defying the dusk. One brushes your shoulder, a cool weight begging to be caught. Iberian Moors brought these trees from Persia, grafted onto bitter roots that laughed at drought. You wonder if their hands trembled, planting futures they'd never taste. You pluck the nearest fruit, its stem snaps clean, skin dimples under your thumb, essential oils misting the air. Citrus sharpens your tongue before you even bite. Medieval scribes once used orange oil to waterproof manuscripts, though half their margin doodles were complaints about sticky pages. The rind parts with a sigh, segments glistening like wet gems. Juice escapes down your wrist, an amber river heading for your elbow. It's sweeter than you expected, less battle, more surrender. Sun-hoarded sugar dissolves on your tongue, a taste older than the villa's cracked foundations. Historians still argue whether nobles grew orchards for status, or just liked spitting seeds at rivals. You pocket 2 pips, tiny ambitions curled in parchment flesh. Shadows stitch through leaves above needlework in reverse. A branch creaks, fruits swaying like Rangully lamps. You press the rind to your nose, zest burning through pollen and dust. Napoleon's troops supposedly looted Andalusian oranges as vitamin rations, then got addicted to marmalade. True, doubtful, delicious. Absolutely. Wind riffles the grove, 1,000 waxy leaves hissing farewell. Your sandal crushes a fallen blossom, 6 petals flattening into a velvet star. They say a grove this old remembers every picker, each thief and child and heartbroken gardener. You half expect the trees to murmur your name, but it's just ants marching over rotted cores. A bead of juice dries sticky on your chin. You scrape it off with a knuckle. The fruit's fleshy heart clings to your molars, sweetness turned fibrous. You toss the rind into darkness. It lands with a fleshy thwap. Recycling's a modern concept. Centuries ago, they just let peels ferment into vineyard fertilizer. Circle of life with better branding. Moonlight bleaches the highest fruit to bone white, the lowest still simmering with stolen daylight. Your fingernails dig into another orange, this one warmer, as if the tree's sap runs slower here. Peeling it feels illicit, like tearing a love letter meant for someone else. Segments split clean, no membrane fights back. Someone pruned these branches with precision, or maybe mercy. A bat flits overhead, wing beats softer than shuffled cards. You freeze, juice dripping onto quartz-studded soil. It veers north, disappearing into the villa's skeletal bell tower. The Danzon de las Naranjas plays in your head, a folk tune about oranges rolling into the sea. You hum a bar, the grove absorbs the notes without echo. Your foot kicks something ceramic, a watering jug buried to its neck. It's intact, its glaze crackled into spider leg patterns. Empty, of course, the last drink poured out when Victoria ascended the throne. You crouch, fingertips tracing a faded ibex painted below the handle. Berber tribes believed ibexes carried the souls of lost gardeners, though that might have been an excuse for bad harvests. 3 oranges remain within reach. You leave them dangling. Greed killed the vizier's favorite concubine, or so the tilework in Seville's Alcazar claims. Twilight deepens, the grove's edges blurring into blue. You suck pulp from under your nails, tang snapping you present. The air thickens, wet linen pressed to your face. Damp seeps through your soles, irrigation channels sighing somewhere below. Your grandmother warned about night air in orchards. Breathe too deep, and you'll cough up blossom phlegm. You inhale anyway, defiance, as citrus-laced as the breeze. A fruit drops bursts near your heel. Seeds skitter into the dark, each a potential dynasty. You grin. Granada's last Nasrid ruler allegedly ate an orange before surrendering, savoring pulp while cannons roared. Bravado or resignation? The answer depends on who wrote the history and whether they preferred their rulers sweet or bitter. Your elbow brushes a leaf, its underside prickly with veins. Earlier, you'd have missed it. Now you see constellations of rust spots and caterpillar rents. Survival's messy, even for something that spends its life photosynthesizing luxury. You step back, peering up through the branch lattice. Stars multiply, each puncture in the night's fabric a reminder. The grove exhales, a chorus of creaks and rustles. You pocket one last orange, a daylight charm against the encroaching dark. Tomorrow's problem. For now, you follow the scent of crushed leaves, your fingers still tacky with proof. Moss squelches underfoot as you round the bend. The fountain emerges like a mirage. Water cascades over lichen-crusted stone, each ripple humming a dissonant scale. Coins litter the basin, tarnished wishes pressed into algae velvet. 17 visible, or maybe 19, if you count the ones hiding under the frog-shaped spout. You dip a hand, cold bites your knuckles. Liquid notes swirl around your wrist, half-melted church bells, and warped music boxes. The Moors built 1,000 fountains like this, their acequias diverting mountain snowmelt to turn deserts lush. Yet this one's different. Lean closer, see those chips in the marble. Cuneiform triangles hacked by bored Visigoth soldiers during siesta hour. A frog-shaped spout croaks, or maybe that's your sleep-deprived brain. Water arcs from its mouth, a silver thread dissolving midair. Your reflection wavers, a Picasso version of your face. Renaissance nobles believed fountains housed naiads who'd curse anyone stealing coins. You resist temptation, though that Spanish peseta from 1921 winks like a conspirator. Your damp palm finds the rim rock worn smooth by centuries of idle tracing. Someone carved initials here, J intersecting M, inside a lopsided heart. Young lovers, star-crossed siblings, archivists found a 14th century diary where a nun confessed to etching her initials with a pilgrim, then repenting via 3 decades of silence. The basins weep, holes gargle, a wet protest against neglect. Beneath the coins, a mosaic flashes, tesserae depicting dancing sardines. Fishermen from Malaga once threw their first catches scales here, an offering for calm seas. Superstition claims the mosaic shifts at high tide, though you're 70 kilometers inland. You kick off a sandal, toes skimming the water's skin. Cold shoots up your calf, a lightning bolt of alertness. Mist dampens your ankles, each droplet a metronome counting forgotten hours. Historians still argue whether the basin's octagon shape honors Moorish geometry or mocks the 8 crusades that failed to reclaim Andalusia. A leaf spirals into the pool. The fountain swallows it without comment. You count the coins again, 19 for sure now. Louis XIV once melted Spanish silver into chamber pots, his version of geopolitical trolling. The irony's slippery, like these algae-coated tiles under your heel. Moonlight fractures on the water, jagged pieces of pallid mirror. You hum that Orange Grove tune. The fountain harmonizes with a glugging bass line. Someone definitely composed a ballad here. A troubadour with a cracked lute, a governess teaching scales to bored children. Your thumb rubs a coin's edge. King Alfonso, XIII's profile flattened by time. A pebble plinks into the deep. You didn't throw it. Ripples distort the coins. They ripple into eyeless faces. The Aztecs thought water mirrored the underworld. This feels like staring into a solvent soup. You pull back, drops falling from your fingertips whisper against the surface. That frog spouts definitely watching. Its stone eyes gleam, patina pupils tracking your every twitch. Medieval bestiaries claimed frogs carried the souls of greedy tax collectors. You toss a pebble into its gaping mouth. It clunks against bronze, the sound swallowed by splashes. 3 tiers of cracked basins rise above you, each narrower than the last. Rain would have cascaded down like a liquid wedding cake. Touch the middle tier, your palm comes away gritty with dissolved limestone. Crusaders misunderstood these fountains, tried replicating them in Yorkshire with disastrous plumbing results. Your reflection blinks, waterlogged and warped. Unbidden, You recall the orange pips in your pocket, those tiny scrolls of potential. What if you dropped one here? Genetic memory meets aquatic nursery. You resist barely. Some secrets shouldn't be hybridized. Wind riffles the surface. The fountain exhales a wet sigh. Coins shift. A ducat from Ferdinand's reign rolls onto its edge. 1492. Maybe. The same year this villa's owners likely fled the Inquisition. Funny how metal outlives flesh. Funnier still, how hope sinks before it tarnishes. Your big toe finds a coin slot, smooth brass worn to buttery softness. They say forgers in Valencia stamped fake coins here to test their quality. If the fountain's echo rang true, the counterfeit passed. Science or poetry. Depends whether you're a smith or a drunk philosopher. Water slaps stone in uneven intervals and a rhythmic heartbeat. You press your ear to the basin's side. Gurgles morph into voices. Or maybe the algae's finally hallucinogenic. Ancient Greeks warned about fountain nymphs gaslighting travelers. You stand too fast and nearly slip. Shadows congeal around the fountain's base, a regiment of liquid dark soldiers. Civilization rose and fell with water access. A fact as old as Ur's cigarettes. Your damp foot leaves a ghost print on the flagstones, evaporating before you take the next step. A frog croaks, real this time, from behind the spout. Its throat pulses like a blinking cursor. The fountain's song sharpens, notes resolving into a melody, almost recognizable. One last coin shivers underwater, a 1943 wheat scent someone must have dropped during Patton's campaigns. Anachronisms bloom here like mold on forgotten peaches. You turn away. The fountain's dirge follows for 6 steps before dissolving into cricket static. Moonlight licks the back of your neck, a cold stamp as you retreat. 23 coins now, you're sure of it, though none yours to claim. Moonlight bleeds through fig leaves. As you enter, ivory petals uncurling like fists in reverse. Night blooming Sirius breathes its perfume, a sweetness so dense it coats your tongue. You step closer, crushed marjoram releases a peppery sigh underfoot. These gardens once supplied apothecaries with mandrake root, the same hallucinogens that fueled Queen Juana's infamous madness. Skeptics note her pharmacy ledgers listed henbane purchases every Tuesday. But historians still argue whether she poisoned rivals or just really liked tea. A moth grazes your cheek, wings dusted with moon pollen. You freeze. Its proboscis quivers an inch from your eye. Entomology nerds whisper that Spanish lunar moths navigate via starlight's ultraviolet patterns, a theory undermined by that one crashing into your nostril. It recovers, fluttering toward a datura blossom's trumpet-shaped trap. Petals gleam wetly, as if the flowers sweat condensed darkness. Your thumb brushes a bloom, cold velvet, clinging to skin. Renaissance herbalists believed night gardens cured melancholy by balancing lunar humors. Judging by your inexplicable urge to recite Petrarchan sonnets, it's half working. Crickets throttle their wings, a hissing rhythm section beneath the night. You pivot, stone path, grit bites your heel through thinning sandals. Centuries of nuns trod this route for pre-dawn prayers, their rosary beads scattering into soil to sprout as moonflower vines. At least that's the folktale botany says they're invasive imports from the Americas. A rustle interrupts. Something slithers through rosemary hedges. Your pulse spikes, then softens when a hedgehog waddles into view. Its spines glitter with dewdrops. A living pincushion stolen from a Byzantine tailor's ghost. You half expect it to quote Epictetus, but it snuffles towards a beetle instead. The scent shifts, rotting fruit undertones cut through floral musk. You track it to a compost heap, blackened figs fermenting under a tangle of vines. 18th century wannabe alchemists buried oranges here to calcify into philosopher's stones. They mostly got rat colonies and a town-wide fruit fly plague. Starlight outlines a marble bench, its surface pitted by acid rain. You sit, cold seeps through your jeans as constellations wheel overhead. Andalusian astronomers mapped Jupiter's moons from spots like this, using telescopes smuggled in olive oil barrels. Lean back, the bench's carvings press constellations into your spine. Orion's belt, or maybe 3 fleas dancing quadrille. Wind stirs the jasmine. It's suddenly 3 a.m. in both body and soul. Shadows thicken under a cypress. Its branches fork like lightning arrested mid-strike. You recall that Moorish gardeners tied bells to trees to scare away sorrow tonight. Only silence guards the grove. Your phone's flashlight accidentally ignites, a supernova in the chlorophyll night. Moths surge toward the beam. November rains wet confetti. You fumble it off, retinas branded with afterimages of wings. 8 seconds later, a bat swoops where the light died. Its sonar clicks, mapping the void you occupy. A spiderweb glistens between rose bushes, strategically placed at face height. You duck, strands cling to your hair like ghostly harp strings. Medieval texts called these moon nets, meant to trap wayward dreams, though you've caught only bad decisions and a parking ticket so far. Your toe kicks something ceramic. A shattered pot spills dirt across the path. Shards glint among tangled roots, a cobalt glaze depicting lapwings in flight. Archaeologists found similar pottery in Cordoba's sewage tunnels, tossed there by a caliph who hated birdsong at dawn. The hedgehog reappears, now wearing a mulberry leaf as a hat. It pauses, beady eyes judging your life choices, then trundles into shadows. You envy its mission clarity. Find beetle, eat beetle, defy existential dread. Repeat, moonflowers glow brighter, their pallor now almost blue. Victorian guides warned that staring too long could unstitch the soul from its flesh. You risk 3 seconds, retinas ache, as if you've licked a battery. When you blink, afterglow blossoms paint the dark with negative imprints. A tile cracks underfoot. The sound echoes into a distant dove's coo. Mud squelches between your toes. Ancient irrigation. Leaks turned this patch to bog. Granada's sultans imported Egyptian lotus for their water gardens. Vestigial roots still sprout rubbery leaves after heavy rains. You wade through. Algae slimes your ankles with what feels like regret. The perfume crescendos, now cloying enough to curdle milk. You trace it to a thicket of night-blooming stock, each blossom a crucible of spice and decay. Catherine de' Medici allegedly wore this scent to mask arsenic-laced gloves, a move her enemies called overkill in three-quarter time. Your stomach growls, a feral counterpoint to the cicadas. Drone. Rats probably ate the last of the villa's almond stores centuries ago. But your brain conjures phantom smells of saffron rice and burnt caramel. You lick a dewdrop from a leaf. It tastes of dust and indecision. A gnarled pomegranate tree hunches at the garden's edge, fruit split open like miniature carnivals. You grab one, seeds bleed ruby juice down your wrist. 17th century poets compared the stain to a lover's bite, forgetting to mention how sticky it gets. 3 fireflies blink in unison, a ditty in Morse code. You reply with a flashlight flick. They fall silent. Turns out entomological small talks harder than it looks. The moon dips westward, its light catching a mosaic hidden under ivy. Kneeling, you peel back leaves. Tesserae form a crescent moon, devouring 7 stars. Historians still argue whether it's an Islamic lunar calendar or a snack menu for particularly ambitious owls. Wind sweeps through. The garden exhales a century's worth of sighs. Petals detach, drift upward in a lazy inversion of snow. You catch one. It melts against your palm like a snowflake's fevered cousin. Coolness seeps into your bones, a warning that dawn crouches beyond the hills. The hedgehog noses past, its leaf hat now replaced with a snail shell. You consider urban legends of garden gnomes moving when unobserved. But the real magic's in beetles conquered and obstacles dodged. Moths grow listless, their flight paths unraveling like dropped thread. One lands on your shoulder, wings folding into a brooch of scales and surrender. You walk on, carrying this fragile argument against the dark. Heat shimmers above clay rooftops. As you step into the courtyard, empty looms hunch like skeletons under sun-bleached sheets. Cicadas drill their song into the air, an electric hum that vibrates your molars. A stray thread brushes your arm, tangles itself in your watchband. You pause, realizing this is the first spot today without the scent of rot. Maybe decay can't compete with memories of saffron dye vats. One loom's shroud has slipped, exposing warp threads strung tighter than piano wire. The wood glistens, centuries of lanolin from countless spindles soaked deep. Mutajar weavers once dominated these hills, their silk fueling half of Renaissance, Europe's luxury trade. Historians still argue whether their geometric patterns encoded resistance to the Inquisition or just looked fancy on duchesses. You pluck a stray tuft of wool. It disintegrates into gold dust between your fingers. A lizard skitters over the nearest loom, leaving tiny divots in the dust. Your guidebook mentioned a rumor that the last master weaver trained spiders to spin silk for a king's wedding cloak. The king apparently hated spiders. The cloak allegedly burned quite well. Shadows pool around an abandoned spinning wheel, its treadle dangling by one rusty nail. You press the pedal, it creaks downward with a sound like a goose's death rattle. 3 yards of cobwebs quiver on the distaff, gossamer chains from a ghost's jewelry box. 18th century censuses list 14 children per weaving family, each expected to card wool by age 4. You suddenly appreciate your childhood allowance. A scrap of fabric flutters from a roof beam. Its indigo fade to white, like night surrendering to dawn. Fingertips trace the weave each intersection, a tiny crossroads of decisions. Textile scholars go rabid over Andalusian twill. Apparently, it revolutionized codpiece support in 1532. You don't ask follow-up questions. Dust motes swirl where sunlight slices through damaged tiles. A column of gold coins spilling from heaven. You crouch, spotting a woodcarver's mark on the loom's base. The glyph resembles a hedgehog. Coincidence? You mentally award yesterday's spiny friend a artisan partnership. Wind tugs at the linen shrouds, revealing a loom draped with half-spun yarn. The fibers glow coppery red, alkanet root dye. According to that museum tour you have remembered, Renaissance dyers swore the plant attracted benevolent sprites. Skeptics note it also attracted tax collectors. The shade was a status symbol for the nouveau rich. Your hip bumps a spindle rack. A dozen bobbins roll across cracked pavers. They wobble in widening arcs, a drunken ballet set to cicada rhythms. You chase the furthest one. It leads you to a dried up well hidden by tamarisk branches. Peer over the edge, your voice echoes back 7 seconds later, asking if you've seen Inception. Back at the looms, the heat has intensified. Sweat glues your shirt to the small of your back. You picture the weaver's apprentices, children dunking arms in dye vats up to their elbows. Records note their skin stayed stained till adulthood, blue-streaked hands like maps of alien rivers. DNA tests on burial sites confirmed it. Science, ruining poetic metaphors since 1953. A wasp lands on the nearest treadle. Its paper nest bulges under the courtyard's sole arch. You give it 7 paces, the exact distance recommended in the art of medieval insect diplomacy. The wasp doesn't budge. You reverse course, philosophically opposed to epinephrine shortages. Sunlight catches a glint in the rafters, a rusted pair of shears wedged between beams. Their blades curve like stork beaks, thread snippers for giants. You imagine the final cut, some apprentice severing the last strand before fleeing conscription. Historians found conscription notices sewn into quilts near Granada, cross-stitched profanity included. 2 looms stand facing each other, threads still strung between them in a cat's cradle of abandonment. Step closer, your shadow stretches the phantom textile taut. 14th century love letters mention couples meeting here to weave trousseau linens, a tradition deadlier than it sounds. Loom accidents ranked third in regional mortality rates, right behind plague and disappointing the bishop. The cicadas stutter silent, air thick enough to bottle. A single skein of yarn unravels from its peg, rolling toward the well with ominous intent. You intercept it. The wool prickles your palm like static cling from a sheep. Modern engineers tried replicating these looms in 1997. Workers unionized after 3 hours. Shadows lengthen. The western loom now casts a sundial's dagger across the courtyard. You check your phone, dead since the compost heap incident. Time here melts like wax anyway. Peddlers once sold weavers' clocks here, sundials calibrated to dying intervals. Proof that capitalism ruins even medieval siestas. A thrush lands on the spindle rack, pecking at imaginary flax seeds. It tilts its head, black eyes judging your weaving skills. You're pretty sure your scarf tying abilities peak at loose noose. The bird flies off, dismissive. You kneel beside a loom's base, fingernails scraping gummy residue from the wood. Beeswax, maybe, or dried mutton broth. Best not to dwell. An 1802 inventory listed 19 gallons of loom grease here, rendered from sheep too old to bleat. You'll stick with WD-40, thanks. Wind surges, lifting all the linen shrouds at once. For heartbeat, the looms stand naked ribcages of oak and ambition. Then the fabric settles, draping them in veils again. Moorish poets called this courtyard the Garden of Threads, where patience grew in warp and weft. You just hope they paid overtime. The cicadas restart, their song pitched higher now. Or maybe your ears are surrendering. A skein of saffron-colored yarn glows in the late light, a shade so rich it hurts to look. You snap a mental photo. Instagram filters could never replicate this. Medieval dyers used crocus stigmas for the hue. It took 75,000 flowers to dye one royal robe. That's a lot of pollen for one outfit. Your ankle itches, you scratch it, and dislodge a ladybug. It flies toward the tamarisk, a speck of enameled luck. 9th century weavers thought ladybugs improved dye cohesion. Modern scientists think they improve nothing. Both camps agree they're cuter than lice. As you exit, a loose thread snags your sleeve. The fabric whispers a protest. You free yourself gently. Tug of war against history seems unwise. Behind you, the looms keep their vigil, guardians of stories spun too fine for any cloth. The cicadas don't say goodbye. They know you'll circle back eventually. Your boots scuff gravel as you round the villa's eastern flank. There they stand. Stone steps rippling upward into empty air, a stairway to a banquet hall the sky forgot. Each slab tilts at desperate angles, toothless grins of mortarless rock. You test the first tread. It creaks like a ship's timber in a storm. Chips of sandstone cascade into the weeds below, arrowheads for a war against gravity. Twilight stains the steps indigo and ochre, colors Moorish masons once mixed into their plaster. They perfected this tabby technique, crushed shells and lime, while Europe still lived in mud and wattle squalor. You kneel, scrape a fingernail across the stone. Grit coats your skin, 800 years of dust with nowhere else to be. The seventh step hides a surprise, a chisel mark shaped like a crescent moon. Your guidebook claims it's a builder's signature. Local lore says it wards off jinn. The truth: some stonemason probably dropped his tools after lunch. You mentally file this under mysteries best unsolved. Wind keens through the gaps, playing the structure like a limestone flute. A loose slab seesaws under your weight, its groan echoes across the valley. 13th century ledgers mention a blind architect who designed towers visible to God alone. Historians still argue whether these steps were his folly or a scaffold for reaching celestial audiences. Either way, the payroll must have been a nightmare. You grip the wall, a mosaic of fossils under your palm. Ammonites spiral inward, stone snails chasing their own tails. 14th century alchemists ground these into powders for skywalking elixirs. Spoiler: the elixirs contained more donkey urine than fossils. You resist the urge to lick the rock. Halfway up, the world tilts. Steps dissolve into jagged nubs, a mountain goat's obstacle course. Your shadow stretches 42 feet across the terracotta rooftops below. Not that you're counting. Not that vertigo just glued your tongue to the roof of your mouth. A lizard suns itself on the highest intact slab, its tail exactly matching the rust staining the stone. You wonder if it's the same one from the loom courtyard. Conspiracy theorists would call this a sign. You call it poor work-life balance for reptiles. Leaning out, you peer over the void. Wind plucks at your shirt, a greedy child tugging a cookie from a jar. 8 pigeons erupt from a crevice, wing beats thrumming like a war drum made of feathers. Medieval pest control records show hired boys with slingshots paid 2 figs per dozen birds downed. You briefly reconsider your career path. The setting sun backlights the ruins, etching every crack into neon relief. Your water bottle sweats in the fading heat. Condensation drips, each drop exploding on stone like a liquid firework. 10th century poets compared these steps to Allah's laundry lines, hung with the shrouds of abandoned dreams. Grim but better than the TripAdvisor reviews. 3 stones display odd pockmarks, dimples too symmetrical for erosion. You squint. Arrow strikes. Hailstones. A very angry woodpecker. A 1962 dig found crossbow bolts, embedded nearby relics of a siege argued about exclusively in academic footnotes. You decide not to mention this to your travel insurance provider. Your phone slips, tumbles end over end into a rosemary bush. It survives. The rosemary does not. You pocket the device, now scented like a roast lamb garnish. Moorish cooks once seasoned meat with these very shrubs, their recipes demanding rosemary kissed by the south wind. You settle for rosemary kissed by smartphone velocity. At the truncation point, you press your palms against nothingness. Air hums where a balcony should be, a phantom itch in architecture's skeleton. Some claim you can hear whispers here at dawn, the murmured grievances of long-dead laborers. You strain your ears, get only the yowl of a distant donkey. Poetic justice, donkeys probably hauled every stone up here. The final step wears a crown of moss, velvet green and defiant. You sit, legs dangling over oblivion. 16 bees investigate your shoelaces, tiny interrogators in striped uniforms. Medieval beekeepers considered stairwell hives sacred, their honey rumored to reveal lovers' lies. Modern advice: don't harvest honey while dangling from ruins. A scar cuts across the western wall, palm-wide and deeper than your curiosity. Rubble fills its base, crumbs from some long-ago collapse. Researchers found Arabic love poetry scrawled in similar fissures. Clandestine messages for trysts. You resist carving your initials. Future historians have enough to misinterpret. Shadows bleed across the valley, swallowing orchards whole. The steps cool beneath you, their stored warmth leaching into the coming dark. A single candle flickers in a farmhouse window miles away, but mirror bright. Moorish signal towers once dotted these hills, their fire beacons visible from Sevilla to Gibraltar. You give the flame a half-hearted wave. Your knees protest as you stand. Too old for this, says your left meniscus. Too stubborn, says the remaining daylight. Backing down feels like rewinding a film reel, each step a surrender to gravity's nagging. The moon rises, its silver soaking the ruin in developer fluid. Back on solid ground, you glance up. The stairs coil against the night, a fossilized serpent climbing toward the stars. Some say they were built to greet celestial caravans, others to humble prideful kings. You dust off your jeans, leave the debate to scholars with better knees. The last cricket of summer rasps a punchline you're too tired to decode. Moonlight slicks the tiles beneath your boots as you enter the courtyard, your shadow thrown sharp against a lone bronze lantern. Its flame gutters, a goldfish gasping in a cage of tarnished filigree. You crouch, watch the light pool, and shiver across centuries-old grout lines. Moorish watchmen once lit these every dusk, a ritual as precise as calligraphy. Modern guides claim it warded off bandits. Medieval pay stubs suggest it mainly deterred drunk stable hands. Heat licks your cheek as you lean closer. 3 brass sides bear dents from ancient hailstorms. The 4th shows a stylized dove, Andalusian peace symbol, or tavern logo. Historians still argue whether these marks indicated patrol routes or just the blacksmith's signature hangover. You trace the bird's beak, your fingerprint eclipsing 800 years of soot. The oil reservoirs dry, caked residue smells of rancid olives and myrrh. 13th century records reveal night watchmen sneaked perfume essences into the fuel, cheating insomnia with jasmine vapors. You unscrew your water bottle, drip faux rain into the basin. The flame hisses, releases a last gasp of rosemary-scented smoke. 12 feet up, the chain suspending the lantern flakes, rust like dandruff. Grapevines strangle the wrought iron bracket, their tendrils stalking the metal millimeter by millimeter. 16th century poets compared these vines to green thieves, stealing the lantern's light sip by sip. You briefly consider playing botanist. Decide against antagonizing foliage older than your country. Your elbow nudges the lantern, it sways, projecting ripples of light and shadow. Sudden disco ball, if disco balls mourned extinct empires. A gecko freezes mid-wall, its tail fluorescing blue under the erratic glare. 10th century physicians prescribed gecko ash for baldness, a remedy that somehow never trended on Arab TikTok. Wind riffles through the courtyard. The flame flatlines, revives, flatlines again. You hold your breath. Some part of you still hopes for fairy tale rules. No dice. The dying light paints your wrist amber, then bruises it purple. 6 tiles away, a ceramic shard winks like a misplaced star. You flip it, find the maker's mark of Ali ibn Yusuf, potter to sultans and unlucky newlyweds. Stones grind beneath your heel. A sunken drainage channel cuts through the courtyard, dry as a mummy's laugh. Your phone flashlight reveals copper pipes clawed open by time or treasure hunters. Ottoman tax logs mention a hidden silver cache under this villa, unearthed during renovations in 1923 by a very surprised parrot breeder. The lantern's final flicker dies. Night rushes in like a black market vendor. Above the skies, a shattered mirror of constellations. Moorish astronomers mapped these stars to desert trade routes. Your ancestors probably used them to avoid in-laws. You blink, afterimage of the dove blooms, then fades behind your eyelids. Something clatters in the colonnade, a jingle trailing into silence. Your pulse jerks, then slows, just wind tickling the chain's remnant links. You count them, 17 broken loops in the dirt. 17 watchmen pensioned off. 17 years since the last refill. The villa keeps its counsel, answering only in scorpion skitters and peeling plaster. You retreat backward, each step erasing you from the courtyard's memory. The gecko resumes its prowl. Shadows seal the lantern's cage, a tomb for light that forgot how to breathe. 9 generations of oligarchs, mercenaries, and botanists ignored its slow suffocation. You're just visitor number 10,000, and change, another blip in the dark. Gravel crunches underfoot as you turn path, leading toward the faint clink of goat bells. One glance back, the lantern's outline swallowed by the void. Though let's be honest, if it spontaneously relit now, you'd absolutely scream. Gravel gives way to spongy earth, your boots sinking into soil that remembers Roman sandals. The goat bells fade, replaced by a chorus of leaves hissing above. Each olive tree twists like a crone's finger bark, carved with initials and forgotten claims. 600 years back, these trees bankrolled half the Mediterranean's lamp oil. Now, their fruit pockmarks the ground, fermenting into vinegar under your tread. You crouch, pluck a shriveled olive. It crumbles, a bitter tang clinging to your palm. 13th century texts praise Andalusian oil as liquid moonlight, though that writer clearly never tasted soap. A breeze parts the branches, revealing grooves where crusaders allegedly sharpened swords. Historians still argue whether these marks were wartime vandalism or just really bad pruning. Roots buckle the soil, mounds hinting at buried amphoras or bones. Your toe kicks something smooth, a clay disc stamped with a crescent moon. Tax tokens from the emirate days, the ancient version of a parking permit. 18th century peasants believed these shards warded off locusts, a tactic that worked exactly never. Leaves rasp like parchment scrolls. You catch snippets of Arabic, Latin, and wind. One gnarled trunk splits into three, the whispering trio that supposedly predicted the 1492 siege. It's prophecy. Birds will nest where crowns once sat. Technically true if you count pigeons desecrating abandoned turrets. You lean against a trunk. Sap glues your sleeve to the bark. Smart. Now your accessories to dendrology. Twilight bruises the horizon, olives glinting like shrapnel in the fading light. 10th century perfumers infused oil with violet, creating a moisturizer that allegedly made sultans irresistible. Spoiler, it did not. Something crunches underfoot, a scatter of pits black as cat eyes. Archaeologists found 12,000 in a cistern, here traces of a Bronze Age sacrifice. Your flashlight picks out letters etched into a trunk: Arabic yet, Arabic ba, Arabic half, Arabic alif maksura, yabqa. It remains. Optimistic graffiti from a farmer during the Great Drought. Wind funnels through the grove, carrying the nasal bleat of a distant sheep. The leaves surge, 1,000 tongues recounting Umayyad tax reforms. You inhale dust and decay, the musk of empires that overstayed their welcome. A root snakes over your boot. You jerk back, heart punching your ribcage. Just vegetation, not a viper. Probably, Moorish moms told kids olive groves housed jinn, which explained why husbands disappeared during harvest season. Your water bottle glugs as you drink, the sound unnervingly loud. 3 rows over, a stone wellhead tilts like a drunk monk. Peek inside, your echo hits water 30 feet down. The 1908 drought drained it to mud, revealing a Visigoth sword wedged in the sediment. Now it's half full, a stark warning for optimists. You pocket a fallen leaf, veins branching like a refugee's fractured lineage. It'll disintegrate by dawn, joining the mulch of dead alphabets and surrendered flags. Shadows thicken, the grove's whispers dissolving into insect static. Moonlight snags on a spiderweb stretched between branches, silk vibrating with the weight of hours. Below, ants march in a line older than your passport. You follow them, 37 steps to a rotting stump. Its rings tell time in conquests, each drought a crack in the calculus. The path curves, grove thinning to scrubland. One glance back, the trees huddle like conspirators. Their roots clutch the dark, hoarding jealously what the surface forgets. You walk on olive pit, rolling from your soul into the gutter of history. The iron gate's whine fades behind you, replaced by the creak of rotting timber. Your hand grazes a splintered archway, its carvings of parrots worn to phantom outlines. The aviary looms ahead, glass panes shattered into dragon teeth. 18th century nobility stocked these cages with Moroccan hoopoes, their crests like stolen crown jewels. Someone should have told the birds about personal space. Feathers crunch underfoot, iridescent blues and greens, muted under decades of dust. A lone finch twitches on a perch, its trill echoing in the ribbed vault. 10th century falconers here trained hawks to hunt for sport, and occasionally to deliver spiteful letters to rivals. The floor dips, you catch yourself on a cage door. Its latch flakes apart, leaving coppery smears on your palm. Above, sunlight stabs through broken beams, motes swirl like trapped spirits. Your shadow stretches, a featureless giant stepping over miniature prison cells. Historians still argue whether the curved ceiling amplified birdsong or drove the aviary's architect to madness. A tile slips under your boot, revealing a mosaic of ibises mid-flight. Their glass eyes track you, judging your lack of wings. The finch dive bombs your head, veering off as you duck. Messenger pigeons once crisscrossed Andalusia from this spot, bearing notes sealed with tamarind sap. Their worst enemy, caffeinated falcons with poor impulse control. You crouch scooping a molted feather, its veins split, a reminder that even beauty goes threadbare. 3 cages dangle askew, chains rusted into fragile lace. Inside one, a nest of twigs and shredded parchment. Latin script clings to a fragment. Year of our Lord 1622. Infestation of weevils, riveting stuff. Wind riffles the feathers, lifting them in a phantom flock. They cling to your jeans, desperate for migration. A klutzy stork once shattered a stained glass window, here sparking rumors of avian assassins. The 1786 Cadiz Gazette ran the headline, BIRDS rebel. Vizier's hat pierced by angry heron. You find an enamel bowl, water long evaporated to a mineral crust. Beneath it, tiny scratches on the stone floor. Count them, 84. Had a captive mina kept tally of its days, or just really committed to tic-tac-toe? The finch lands on your shoulder, its grip light as a hairpin. You freeze, breath shallow. Its chest puffs, a tremor of life in this bone-dry tomb. Islamic scholars wrote entire treatises on songbird dialects, the lost verbs of sparrows. This one's tune cracks mid-note, a blues riff for abandoned places. You exit sideways, avoiding the hanging debris. The finch watches a diplomat granting silent passage. At the threshold, your shadow stretches back toward the cages, a black key fitting no lock. Sunlight gilds the broken dome for 10 seconds. The whole structure seems to hover. Then the illusion snaps. Gravel resurfaces underfoot. Behind you, a final trill dissolves into the hiss of thirsty pines. Your pocket holds 3 feathers, already shedding their color like shed secrets. They'll bleach to nothing by moonrise, joining the villa's chorus of dissolving things. Your fingers brush flaking plaster, sun-bleached roses collapsing into their own skeletons. Each urn exhales gold dust when the wind stirs, petals spending their final breath on a glittering exit. 17th century poets called these the mortuary gardens, where blooms went to die with Andalusian dignity. Too bad no one told the aphids. You crouch, clay shards pierce your knee like petty rebukes. A thorn stem snaps, its snap still sharp after decades of decay. Moorish perfumers once steeped these petals in argan oil, creating unguents that supposedly cured heartache. The 1809 Seville plague saw vendors peddling rose paste amulets, swearing they repelled miasmas. Spoiler, they didn't. A gust lifts the dust. You cough as history invades your lungs. One urn bears a name, Esperanza. Her roses outlived her by a century, grief fossilized in cellulose. Historians still argue whether these gardens were memorials or just a fancy compost heap. You pocket a brittle leaf, its veins map-drawing river deltas erased by time. Dust motes spin for a moment. The air becomes a snow globe of demise. 3 bees hover confused by the absence of scent. Your shadow knocks over a vase. It shatters in slow motion. Apologies die in your throat. No one's left to chastise you. You spot a rusted trowel, its handle chewed by termites. 16th century garden manuals recommended burying orange peels with roses, a citrus shield against slugs. It worked until the slugs unionized. Kneeling, you uncover a root-wrapped button, tarnished silver, shaped like a crescent moon. Maybe Esperanza lost it pruning or hurled it at a lover's head. The wind shifts, petal dust coats your lips, tastes like chalk and vanished springs. Ottoman chronicles mention a golden pollen traded here, rumored to grant prophetic dreams. Modern botanists shrug, call it iron oxide and wishful thinking. You swipe your mouth, leaving a smear worthy of a toddler's finger painting. Another urn tilts, its contents sliding into a dune of decay. Buried beneath a child's leather shoe, curled like a shrimp shell, the Victorians had a macabre hobby, stuffing rows, urns with random debris. One aristocrat's journal boasted, interred 3 petals and a drunk footman's wig. Let posterity puzzle that out. Light bleaches everything mercilessly. Your sweat etches salt trails on the urns, modern hieroglyphs, evaporating by the second. A petal crumbles under your thumb, its gold residue clinging like cheap glitter. Renaissance painters used this dust for gilding, until apprentices started snorting it for artistic visions. Spoiler: visions included vomiting and unpaid medical bills. You straighten, spine crackling like the pottery underfoot. Far off, the finch's song threads through pines, a eulogy in a minor. Esperanza's roses dissolve under the glare, their grand finale reduced to a cough and a shrug. You walk backward, watching your footprints fill with gold. Each step erases itself, the villa insisting on burial over memory. A thorn hooks your sleeve, last-ditch effort at connection. You slip free with a sound like tearing parchment. The wind herds dust into miniature tornadoes, dervishes spinning nothing into nothing. Your pocket grows heavy with gathered fragments, relics, already disintegrating into the lining. Moonrise will bleach them blank, another century's secrets folded into soil. You stumble into a room that smells of mildew and stubbornness, the scholar's sanctum. Maps devour every surface, parchment continents, eating an oak table alive. Borders bleed into each other, Greenland nibbling at Scandinavia like a jealous lover. Historians still argue whether 15th century cartographers drunk on vermouth caused those wobbly coastlines, or just ran out of ink. A globe dominates the corner, its axis tilted at a sarcastic angle. You spin it, Antarctica grazes your pinky. Tattered labels whisper terra incognita where your hometown should be. 16th century navigators used walrus ivory tools to etch maps, medieval GPS with better dental hygiene. Your nail catches on Sicily, the island flakes into the Tyrrhenian Sea. A tear in the vellum reveals layers beneath empires stacked like dirty plates. Ottoman silk roads warp into Roman aqueducts, time zones having a drunken bar fight. Somewhere under Lisbon, a tiny doodle of a cat chases a moth. Court scribes often hid personal graffiti, the margins of history littered with paw prints and inside jokes. You lean closer, the Nile Delta squirms with inked mosquitoes. Here's a fact. Pharaoh Pepi II reportedly slathered honey on slaves to attract flies away from his naps. The map's tributaries coil, ending abruptly where the paper rots. Victorian adventurers blamed ink-eating beetles for missing details. Convenient excuse for getting lost in Burkina Faso. An inset map flaps loose, its corners pinned by fossilized orange rinds. The Garden of Eden perches near Armenia, complete with a cartographer's footnote. Adam's ribs sold separately. Renaissance mapmakers loved biblical fan fiction, Jerusalem as the world's belly button. Hellfires licking Scandinavia's toes. You snort dirt from your sleeve snows onto the Indian Ocean. Moonlight through warped glass bends the Amazon into a sneer. Legends claim the Vinland map proves Vikings reached Maine, but scholars spar over its tea-stained authenticity. A coffee ring obscures Tasmania, maybe the map's way of saying I give up. You trace a trade route, your fingerprint resurrecting a caravan of phantom camels. Beneath a stack of portolan charts, something winks, a brass astrolabe crusted with green regret. Muslim astronomers perfected these, calculating prayer times Between swigs of almond milk, you twist its dials. Zodiac constellations align with a click. A hidden compartment spills copper coins. Ottoman axe minted with sultans who died mid-sneeze. The North Pole's labeled here be Wi-Fi in spidery Latin, some monk's idea of peak comedy. Frost heaves the parchment, Antarctica's now hugging Madagascar. A drop of sweat hits the Gobi Desert. It balloons into a terminal lake. Blot fast, you're hydrating the Silk Road. One map's corner tears as you lift it, the sound of a history cramp. The Pacific yawns wider, swallowing islands whole. Tupea, the Polynesian navigator who guided Captain Cook, memorized stars the way you remember coffee orders, though with fewer typos. His mental maps spanned coral atolls and ocean swells, GPS made flesh. Now his legacy crumbles into confetti. Beneath Malta, a wine stain births a kraken. Medieval cartographers drew monsters where their knowledge ended. A tactic modern tech bros reuse for blockchain diagrams. You flick the kraken, it flutters to the floor. The Mediterranean suddenly looks emptier. And not just because Atlantis is missing. Cracking open an atlas spine, pages exhale centuries of pipe smoke. Marginalia mutters, Chinese letter, silk, worms ate the taxes in Qing dynasty shorthand. Ming bureaucrats mapped rice yields with obsessive grace, their brush strokes thinner than mosquito whispers. You squint, entire provinces are just the word rice repeated until it loses meaning. The far wall sports a fresco of Atlas himself, shouldering a dented disco ball. Someone's added a speech bubble, retirement plan pending. A moth kamikaze dives into the Black Sea, drowning in Lithuania. Time to go, your hips bump the table. Continents tremble, the Americas slide into the void. You pocket the astrolabe, its weight promise, a future pawn shop scene. As you retreat, the door slams, wind rolls the globe off its stand. It wobbles northwest, crushing the Philippines under its equator. The last thing you see, Hawaii moonwalking into oblivion, its paper volcanoes curling into ash. Heat still radiates from the stolen astrolabe in your pocket, like smuggling a fried egg. The corridor ahead yawns, its ceiling strung with cobweb tapestries. Your shoulder bumps a sconce. Moths explode into a snow globe of wings. Through an arched window, the last sun melts like butter on a windowsill. Stained glass swallows half the wall, a falcon mid-dive, talons stretched toward your face. Crimson glass feathers glow, each vein mapped in lead. Scholars say medieval artisans added arsenic to red glass, death baked into beauty. The falcon's eye fractures light, prisms needle your retina. You blink, afterimages swarm like bioluminescent gnats. One pane's missing, night leaks through like a ruptured lung. Historians still argue whether crusaders looted this glass from a Byzantine chapel, or some drunk glazier hallucinated the design. A breeze whistles through the gap, playing the window like a broken ocarina. Your breath fogs the falcon's beak. It mists away, as if refusing communion. Lean closer, crumbled putty lines each glass shard. Renaissance restorers used egg yolks mixed with frankincense. DIY grout that smelled like omelets in a cathedral. A spider's web spans 2 panes, connecting the falcon's wing to a shepherd in the lower corner. Both figures fray into abstraction, time's teeth gnawing their edges. Through the intact glass, the orchard writhes in silhouette. Cypress trees stab the horizon, black needles threading the sunset. That crimson wash isn't just dusk, it's Saharan dust swept across the Mediterranean. Wind carries 60 million tons of it, yearly free exfoliation for the continent. Your tongue tastes grit, last week's sandstorm now polishing your molars. Touch a green pane, the glass hums under your fingertip. Copper oxide gave this hue, same mineral that greens the Statue of Liberty. The falcon's talon presses against your palm, a chilly high five across centuries. In Moorish Spain, rulers kept falcons to snipe messenger pigeons, medieval air defense with feathers. A crack splits the sky, forked lightning, or a power line. The horizon bleeds tar black at the edges, diluted by weak stars. 19th century astronomers mapped Andalusian skies, their telescopes bogged by sherry fumes. You squint, maybe that's Venus, maybe a drone's lead. Here's a niche fact. Some alchemists believed stained glass trapped fragments of the soul, eternal stains, in silica prisons. The falcon's breast shudders. A nightjar slams into the exterior. Feathers stick to the glass, a Rorschach blot dissolving in the wind. Your reflection ghosts over the scene, double exposed and quivering. Sudden hail, it bullets the glass. The falcon becomes a drum solo, ice pellets tap dancing on its wings. You jump back, astrolabe stabs your thigh. Underfoot, a mosaic tile drifts loose, its cobalt glaze mimicking the dying sky. Stomp it, the ceramic cracks into an archipelago. Lightning again, this time, the room strobes. The falcon flickers, alive, then dead, then alive. Someone's scribbled Arabic meme, Arabic het, Arabic fa, Arabic wow, Arabic thought in the dust, on the window seat Arabic for preserved or pickled. Context is key. Shadows leap, a silhouette walks the orchard path, too tall for a human, grotesquely stretched by the warped glass. Rain sluices down, washing the falcon into a watercolor abomination. Reds bleed into blues. The bird mutates into a psychedelic penguin. Moorish engineers built roof gutters wide enough for 2 men to clean side by side. Hydraulic socialism, or just smart labor laws. You press your forehead to the glass. Cold numbs your sinuses. The storm passes. Streetlights blink on in distant Estepona. Their glow reaches through the battered panes, projecting the falcon's skeleton onto the far wall. Wings become jail bars, your shadow caged in the trembling light. Ottoman astronomers used similar projections to study eclipses. Death shadow as math tutor. One lead strip dangles, swinging like a metronome. Grab it, the metal snaps. A triangle of glass falls, shatters on the tiles. Now the falcon's missing a talon. It lists midair, a god with clipped claws. Historians still argue whether Gothic windows were theology or flexes, stained glass, as divine light versus look at my fat wallet. Moonrise unravels, the orchard silver-plated. The falcon pales, its fire doused. You trace the remaining talon, edges sharp enough to draw blood. In 1492, this glass watched the Alhambra decree expel Spain's Jews, centuries of leaded silence. Your thumb finds the fissure, it pulses like a vein. Footsteps echo downstairs, maybe the phantom from the map room. The falcon's intact eye gleams, follows you across the chamber. Walk backward, stumble over a warped floorboard. An owl hoots. Mozarabic Christians once thought them heralds of tax collectors. The window fades as clouds smother the moon. Your breath steadies, close enough to fog the glass again. Write your name in the condensation. It trickles downward, letters melting into illegibility. Granada's last Nasrid Sultan wrote poems on palace walls, his verses now eroded by tourist sweat. Something moves beyond the glass, wind, or a hand wiping the exterior. The falcon's outline smears a Rorschach test in reverse. Your neck prickles, the astrolabe digs into your hip. Turn away, the window exhales as you retreat its final breath, icing your spine. Ash cakes the hearth's throat, a graveyard of last century's warmth. Your boot crunches through the brittle remains, sound like stepping on sugar-spun bones. Spider silk laces the logs, weavers claiming what flames couldn't. Someone once told you Renaissance chimney sweeps wore luck amulets of dried newt eyes, though that might have been a pub tale. Crouch closer, the flue yawns upward into pitch. 16th century Andalusian. Homes burned olive wood fuel so precious they weighed smoke, exiting the chimney. A draft snakes down, licking your neck with tomb breath. You swat at nothing, the ghosts of dust motes. Archaeologists found a 900-year-old love note in a Cordoba fireplace, charred parchment. Confessing your laugh kindles me. Your finger writes in the ash Johann's recipe for turnip stew before wiping it away. Cold seeps through your jeans, phantom embers mocking your shivers. One log splits under your touch, revealing a mouse skeleton fused to the wood. Its skull grins, tiny teeth still gripping a sunflower seed. Historians still argue whether Spanish inglenooks doubled as baking ovens or just places to thaw frozen dignity. The answers scratched in cobwebs, above unreadable, without a ladder. You pocket a twist of iron, a rusted poker tip shaped like a salamander. Florentine nobles believed such tools could summon fire sprites, though yours just stains your palm orange. The mantles carved with pomegranates, their stone seeds rotted into pockmarks. Lean back, your shadow merges with the soot-stained wall. 18th century soot was sold as pigment. Artists paid extra for true midnight black. A drip from upstairs plinks into the ash craters, forming like lunar landscapes. Your breath hangs visible, the room hoarding every exhalation. Strike a match. Sulfur stings your nostrils. Hold it toward the flue, the flame gutters, as if something exhaled. Moorish chimney designs included spiral baffles to muffle jinn voices. Whispers still loop in the dark. The match dies. Its ember rolls off the grate as a glowing eyeball. Scrape the ash your nail unearths a mosaic tile fragment. Cobalt glaze glints. A star from some swallowed constellation. Here's a niche fact. Post-Inquisition, Jews hid prayer slips in chimneys, ashes preserving inked pleas. The tile warms in your fist, then chills, a mood ring for the damned. Stand to, quickly your head grazes a copper pot dangling from the mantel. It rings low and long vibrations humming in your molars. 17 dents mar its surface, evidence of generations whacking burnt stew free. Your own hunger growls, a feral twin answering the bell. Outside, wind prowls, rattling the shuttered windows. The hearth's chill climbs your spine, a reverse flame. You recall Venetian merchants sold Roman furnace ash as aphrodisiacs, 17 ducats per ounce. This heap's worth, retiring to a farmhouse in Toledo. Kneel again, your palm finds a half-charred playing card. The Queen of Cups, her face melted into a scream. Gold leaf lingers on the goblet, divinity blushing through ruin. Baroque gamblers marked cards with fireplace soot, invisible unless you licked your fingers. A draft shifts the cobwebs. They sway like seaweed in a slow current. Your legs cramp, stone floor leaching body heat. Ottoman coffee grinders used hearth-roasted beans, fuel and flavor in one frugal flame. You imagine sipping a cup, now bitter and scalding, if ghosts brewed coffee. Press your ear to the back wall, stone murmurs with trapped voices, maybe servants gossiping, or just pipes groaning. 18 minutes pass, or 18 years' time collapses in the cold. The salamander poker slips from your pocket, clangs like a dissonant bell. Moonlight bleeds through a crack in the damper, slicing the ash into monochrome. Historians still argue whether grand fireplaces were status symbols or just really bad at insulation. Your teeth chatter, a Morse code verdict. Shadows thicken, swallowing the room's edges whole. Something glints under the grate, a key. Fish it out. Just a sardine can lid circa 1952. Faint letters spell PROPIEDADDE before rust devours the rest. Franco-era detritus, or a teen's smuggled snack. Drop it, the clatter echoes like a dropped guillotine. Your reflection warps in the copper pot, a funhouse mirror stretched gaunt. Tap it, the dents distort your face into a Picasso sketch. Walk away, the hearth exhales a final frost breath down your collar. You'll find no warmth here, only archaeology's cold kiss. Vines claw at your ankles as you push through, the amphitheater rising like a stone ghost. Marble benches erupt through ivy, their cracks cradling poppies and crow's foot. Historians note Roman engineers angled these tiers to bounce voices to the highest seats. No mic checks needed. Your sandal grinds a pottery shard terracotta dust, smelling of rain and forgetting. Wild thyme carpets the stage, crushed underfoot into a peppery haze. You kneel, fingertips brush a mosaic of Pan mid-leap, his flute missing all the reeds. 16 flecks of gold leaf cling to his hooves. Wealthy patrons probably flicked coins at bad actors. A beetle drags a dried petal across Medusa's snarling face. Art critics come in all species. Moonlight bleaches the orchestra pit, now a nursery for stinging nettles. Hadrian's poets likely recited here verses about war and wine, now compost. You spot a terracotta mask, half swallowed by roots, its comedy grin cracked into tragedy. Scholars debate if performers inhaled crushed datura blossoms to become their roles, tripping through entire tragedies. A nightjar's call ricochets off the proscenium, nature's understudy for a lost audience's applause. Your elbow brushes a column, a chunk of capital tumbles silently into ferns. 18 layers of whitewash linger in the fractures, centuries of productions painting over each other. Archaeologists found a skeleton here in 1952, curled in the prompter's box, with a dagger in its ribs. Wind funnels through the vomitorium, a long-dead actor's sigh tickling your ear. You trace Latin graffiti, Quintus hic fuit, Quintus was here, proving ancient teens were just as lame. Someone added a phallus in charcoal, primal Instagram-like. Crush a thyme sprig, scent clings like third act desperation. The skeiny fronds wall leans precariously, nymphs and satyrs, frozen mid-orgy. A plaque commemorates a 1767 staging of the Bacchae that ended in actual riots. Turns out free wine backfires. Your shadow mimes Euripides on the columns, arms raised to gods who quit answering. Beneath a collapsed pediment, glass shards glint among snail shells. Victorian tourists likely picnicked here, strewing marmalade jars and ennui. Step on a loose tile, it clicks like a stage trapdoor. Scholars still argue whether this theater hosted gladiators or just poets too drunk on metaphor. Dew seeps through your jeans as you sit, stone leaching its chill into bone. A hedgehog rattles through dry leaves, stand-in for the serpent in Medea. Your breath fogs an ephemeral spotlight, while bats stitch the prologue between stars. Pee rises in you. 3,000 years of bladders have christened these weeds. Dig a thumb into mortar. It crumbles like stale shortbread. The Romans mixed crushed pottery for durability, eternity as recycled debris. A root snakes over your wrist, veins pulsing with stolen aqueduct water. You half expect the ground to whisper Cicero, soil stuffed with Librium crumbs. Crickets swell their chorus. A cicada nails the high C. A mosaic owl watches from the shadows, tesserae eyes reflecting your trespass. Medieval alchemists believed amphitheater stones held echoes of extinct laughter, pulverized them for memory potions. Your phone buzzes, the modern world's fist knocking. But service died with the intermission. Climb to the highest tier, granite worn smooth by impatient sandals. A Coke can gleams in an altar niche, Coca-Cola, as modern votive offering. From here, the stage looks smaller dreams shrinking with distance. Historians found an actor's lead curse tablet, here begging, "Let Florus forget his lines, petty, eternal." Your water bottle sweats onto a carving of Dionysus, condensation, anointing his grapes. A dormouse nest twitches in his marble beard, tiny lungs synced to your pulse. Down in the pit, shadows congeal, a chorus of absence tuning up. A flashlight beam sweeps the far entrance, security or specter. You freeze. Ivy leaves tremble like exited row. The light dies, silence flood back, thicker now. 18 heartbeats pass, an existential drumroll before you exhale. Descend sideways, steps slick, with lichen ambition. Your palm grates raw on a rusted handrail, installed for Edwardian tourists in bustles. Wild boar tracks dent the aisled tragedy. Audiences were rowdier, but hogs. Moonlight catches something in the orchestra, a hairpin shaped like a lyre. Green patina eats the bronze, oxidized music clinging to its curve. Pocketed artifact theft feels less criminal when history's rotting in real time. Wind plucks a spider's web between columns, harpist of the damned. Your stomach growls, a low comedic rumble worthy of Plautus. Backing toward the exit, you trip on a loose stone, arms windmilling like a Beckett clown. The amphitheater watches, patient as a crocodile, as you retreat through the green dark. Your footprints linger in the time, indentations soon erased by dawn's broom. The bell tower looms as you round the villa's north wing, its spire skewering low clouds. No ropes sway in the belfry, just frayed ends dangling like spider legs after a bad molt. 17th century records claim this bronze bell could be heard from Malaga's coast, a 5-league shout in molten metal. Your fingertips brush the tower's base, limestone pocked by centuries of salt-laced winds. Cobwebs veil the stairwell. You part them like a curtain onto a stage no one's booked, since Cervantes was scribbling rough drafts. Each step groans underfoot, pine boards warped into frozen waves. Historians found a 1623 ledger here, 16 pesos, paid to a mute bell ringer called El Silencio. Debate rages whether he was an avant-garde artist or just some guy who lost a bet. At the top, daylight leaks through louvers, striping the bell's greenish flanks. Pigeon skeletons litter the planks, their wings preserved in dove-gray dust. The bell's clapper lies rusted in a corner, a fossilized tongue. Someone's carved Maria plus Alfonso, 1894, into the patina, romance frozen mid-sentence. You circle the giant bronze dome, your shadow stretching and compressing like a sundial's ghost. Moorish metalworkers cast this in 1491. The same year, the last Andalusian sultan surrendered Granada. Ironies thick here, a Muslim-made bell tolling for Catholic vespers. Touch the alloy, still warm from centuries of phantom tolling. Wind whistles through the louver slits, a passable impression of forays, requiem, if you squint your ears. 3 wasp nests cling to the rafters, papery condos vacated after stinging their last tourist. Your elbow bumps a rope pulley. It creaks like an old man rolling over in bed. Leaning out the southern window, the orchard spreads below like a burnt sienna stain. A 1920s tabloid claimed a Hollywood starlet tried to steal this bell for her Beverly Hills garden. They ran the headline, Clara Bow Ding Dong Ditch. Her studio publicist probably invented it, old PR slop. Moss creeps up the bell's inner curve, a green tongue tasting centuries of damp. You inhale, air's thick with oxidized copper and pigeon regret. 16 bullet holes pock the ceiling. Franco's troops use the tower for target practice. Historians still argue whether the missing shots went wide or pierced something unseen. A sparrow flits into the belfry, perches on the silent clapper. For a vertigo moment, you imagine leaping, grabbing the ropes, swinging into noise. But the bird pecks at its own reflection in the bronze, vanity trumping gravity. Your phone buzzes, 0 bars, just spinal vibration. Sit on the ledge. The drop yawns 20 meters to rosemary shrubs. Spanish restorers in 1989 debated electrifying the bell before realizing its support beams were termite hotels. Medieval nuns allegedly smuggled forbidden books in the tower, tomes strapped to the clapper during midnight. Dust motes swirl where light slices through shutters, golden atoms performing their endless ballet. You cough, the sound bounces off curved walls, dies in the rafters. Trace a finger over the bell's inscription, Latin praise for Saint Barbara, patron of artillerymen and electricians. Patronage's weird, clouds bruise the sky. The first fat raindrops pockmark the tower's limestone. Bronze thrums faintly under your palm, muffled thunder, translated through old metal. Someone left a Diet Coke can on the windowsill. Condensation rings warp the wood grain. Stand to quickly. Your head grazes a beam. 2 iron hooks dangle above, remnants of the alarm system that once warned of Berber raids. Blink, the room tilts, becomes a diorama of itself. Rain drums harder, sluicing through louvers to pool around your sneakers. Descend the spiral tight as a nautilus shell, walls, sweating damp into your shoulders. In the tower's belly, a rusted toolbox spills nails from 1911, more valuable as abstracts than fasteners. Step into the downpour. Your footprints fill with liquid sky before reaching the fig trees. Lightning flash. The bell tower gleams like a rotten tooth. You turn away, rain trickling down your neck as thunder shakes a vow from the bronze throat. The rain softens to a drizzle as you approach the well, its mossy stones glowing like wet teeth in the twilight. Moorish engineers built these shafts deeper than thirst required, some argue. They tapped underground rivers to cool summer rooms. Your palm finds the crank's rusted handle, its iron flaking like dried blood. Peer over the edge. The bucket far below huddles in black water, a rusty oyster clamped around liquid pearls. Granada's last sultan supposedly drank from wells like this before fleeing in 1492, though history's less romantic than tour guides. A 1920s excavation pulled up a Roman denarius here, dated 40 BCE, but minted in Gaul. How'd it end up in Spain's belly? Your guess glints as much as that lost coin. Wind gusts, your reflection shatters into ripples, reforming as a wobbly twin with vantablack eyes. The rope's frayed end dangles halfway down, a snapped umbilical cord crusted with algae. You kick a pebble, it plinks into the void. 17 seconds pass before the splash. Local legends claim a servant girl drowned here in 1703. Her ghost still bails water with a sieve. Archaeologists found chicken bones and a silver thimble at the bottom. Sacrifices or trash, depends who you ask. Kneel, wet gravel bites your shins. Lean closer. The well exhales a breath of root-choked earth and metal fatigue. 16th century, nuns wrote of drinking lunar reflections here, believing moonbeams cured melancholy. Your phone light barely pierces the murk, just enough to see the bucket's handle poking up like a drowning hand. A frog plops into the water, haunches flexing in greenish bronze. Rippers stretch, distorting the stone circle into a funhouse mirror. Historians still argue whether these wells stored water or held offerings to gods who prefer their worship damp. You half expect coins to bloom from the muck, Spanish reals grinning up through the silt. Rainwater drips from your hair, dotting the surface like Morse code. That bucket's older than your great-grandparents, its planks warped into permanent surrender. Trade routes once spiderwebbed past this villa, merchants hawking Persian spices and Venetian glass. Maybe someone tossed a wish down here, a crusader's guilt or a bride's jitters. The water's too dark to tell. Cicadas rev their engines in the fig trees, soundtrack for this stalemate. You grab a broken roof tile, toss it sideways to skip. It sinks like a brick. 300 years ago, this well watered orange groves and gossipy laundresses. Now, it's a Rorschach test in stone. The frog croaks, amplified into a didgeridoo groan by the shaft. Reach for the crank. It creaks a quarter turn before seizing up. Your bicep twinges, a reminder that gym memberships lapse. Twilight drains the courtyard, shadows pooling around the wellhead like oil. 19th century newspapers ran ads for medicinal well air bottled here, asthma cure or scam. Same difference back then. Lightning flickers. Your reflection glows electric before vanishing. Thunder rumbles through the aquifer below, a subwoofer tuned to bedrock. That bucket's probably fossilized by now, iron ribs fusing with mineral stains. You imagine drinking straight from the abyss, water tasting of pipe roots and whispered regrets. Wind lifts the rope's loose end, a beckoning finger. A 1930s caretaker journal mentions repairing the pulley, then abruptly stops mid-sentence. Odds are he quit or became part of the sediment. Your fingertips hover over the void, air colder here, thickened by depth. An owl swoops past, wingtips grazing your shoulder. For a breath, you're the bucket. You're the moon's face drowning in tannic tea. You're the frog's dinner plate. Reality snaps back, kneeling on wet stone with numb toes. The villa's sundial has no numbers, just the words Hora Fugit in flaking gold. Same vibe here. Scoop a palmful of rainwater, let it trickle through your fingers, 73 drops before the well swallows them. Something moves below a fish, writhing shadow. Could be nothing, could be everything. The moon warps through cloud cover, a waterlogged wafer. You stand, pebbles crunching like old bones underfoot. That frog's still staring up, or maybe it's just a leaf. Walk away backwards, the well shrinking to a stone pupil. It'll outlast, you outlast the villa, the stars, the names scratched into its rim. Your shadow stretches toward it, thin as the snapped rope, before night severs the connection. Your boots crunch through terracotta shards, edges glinting like ceramic shark teeth in the fading light. 14th century Andalusian. Potters perfected lusterware here, glazes that shimmered like liquid metal under candlelight. Kneel, palm brushing a fragment painted with cobalt vines, until your thumb finds a curve too smooth to ignore. Dig the soil parts like stale bread. A teacup's base emerges, its jagged rim wearing a painted grin. The smile stretches lopsided, one corner chipped into a cynic smirk. Historians still argue whether these kilns produced dishware or devotional objects. But this cup's leer suggests secrets. Drizzle renews, turning clay dust into slippery film on your fingers. Flip the shard. A palm-sized Judas bowl peers up. These miniature vessels, supposedly trapped betrayers' whispers during the Inquisition, superstition masquerading as crockery. Your nail taps the glaze. It pings like a wet wineglass. Nearby, a jug handle protrudes like a fossilized snake. Yank, it resists, then snaps free with a gritty sigh. 19th century archaeologists found a shard here inscribed Aisha's heartburns, either love poetry or a kiln misfire. You pocket it, emergency coaster material. Wipe rain from your eyes. The field sprawls with broken silhouettes. Amphora necks tower like mini obelisks. Plate fragments mimic lily pads after a storm. Watch your step. That pebble could be a clay grenade from the 1607 Morisco revolt. Squat, examine. A plate shards geometric patterns. Mud obscures its design until you spit polish a corner. Gold spirals explode under the grime Moorish geometry, colliding with Catholic fleur-de-lis. Hybrid artifacts always gave curators migraines, like finding a hamburger in a medieval cookbook. Wind rifles through the debris field, whistling over bottle mouths and bowl throats. Someone buried a kiln here in 1620, perhaps to hide it from iconoclasts. The site wasn't rediscovered until a goat herd's dog dug up a urinal in 1952. Find a nearly intact saucer. Its center holds a painted pomegranate split open. Red seeds bleed into a crack. 16th century brides ate from similar plates, each seed representing future progeny. This one's barren unless you count the ant colony in its crevice. Rain pools in a jug's belly, reflecting your warped face. Lean closer, the water tastes of iron and yesterday's storm. 3 years ago, a tourist mistook manganese glaze residue for vampire blood. The TikTok video got 2 million views and a stern email from the Spanish Ministry of Culture. Spot something blue, a porcelain finger poking through mulch. Unearth a doll's arm, its fist clenched around nothing. 18th century kids played with these before plague took them. The limbs colder than it should be, or maybe that's just the mud. Crouch beside a shattered amphora. Its shards form a ceramic jigsaw puzzle. Your phone light reveals graffiti on the interior. A crude donkey and the word Pablo. Class solidarity across centuries. Some apprentices joke, surviving his bones. A spider dangles from a tile fragment, its web strung between Roman numerals. The numbering system matches a 1493 inventory list, suggesting this field recycles 8 centuries of dinnerware. Sustainability where you least expect it. Straighten your knees protest like corroded hinges. The wind shifts, carrying bergamot and petrichor. Somewhere here, a perfume vial shattered, its essence bleeding into the soil. Sniff, your sinuses fill with the ghost of a noblewoman's vanity. Trip, catch yourself on a column base. Embedded in its side, a green glazed chicken head. It clucks silently, beak open mid-scold. Remedies scratched onto pottery were common. This might held a tonic for gout or gouty opinions. Pluck a tile from the muck, wipe it clean. A blue fish swims across its surface, scales eroded by rain. Press your thumb to its spine, the glaze still slick. How many feet trampled this during siestas? How many spills did it soak up? The moon breaches the clouds, turning ceramic edges milky. Your shadow slices across the field, a black scythe reaping fractured histories. Step on a plate, it cracks like a censored confession. 43 years ago, a historian claimed to find Nero's soup bowl here. He later admitted it was a prop from Quo Vadis. But something about this place resists mockery. These fragments held oil for lamps, wine for lovers, milk for infants whose names vanished. Their purpose spent, they linger as teeth in the earth's jaw. Press the smiling cup shard to your lips, its jagged rim a challenge. Whisper, what secrets did you swallow? The drizzle answers, pattering Morse code on 10,000 broken backs. You tuck the shard into your pocket, its grin pressed against your thigh, a severed punchline waiting to cut. Your palm lingers on the ceramic shard's jagged grin, its edges biting into your thumb through the fabric. Drizzle blurs the path ahead, marsh grass swallowing terracotta fragments as you step beyond the potter's field. The wetland's breath hits you rot and honey as your boot sinks into black muck. A gray shape materializes among the reeds, all angles and patience. The night heron stands statue, still, one leg tucked beneath plumage the color of burnt charcoal. Its neck kinks like a rusted pipe yellow eye fixed on water's silver skin. 9th century Moorish engineers built these marshes, their irrigation channels now choked with cattails. You mimic the bird's stillness, ankles aching in the squidgy ground. Something glints beneath the heron's reflection. Stepping closer, your heel squelches. The bird doesn't flinch, too busy studying a Roman coin, half buried in silt, drachma or denarius. Hard to tell through the algae beard. Scholars found 38 coins here in 1997, all stamped with waterbird motifs. This one's face is worn smooth, time erasing emperors into blank-eyed ospreys. Bubbles rise near the heron's spear-tipped beak. Strike, neck uncoiling faster than a whip crack. The bird emerges with an eel thrashing in its bill, scales flashing like liquid metal. It swallows the creature whole, a wriggling bulge sliding down its throat. 14th century falconry manuals warned nobles. Heron meat tastes of mud and regret. You're not tempted to test it. The reeds part. A breeze carries the tang of distant citrus groves. Wind ripples the heron's feathers, revealing hidden bands of indigo. Your grandmother swore these birds carried messages between star-crossed lovers. Practical folk say they're just hungry. One thing's certain, nobody agrees why their nests always face magnetic north. Your thigh muscle twitches, a silent protest against immobility. The heron cocks its head, judging your lack of discipline. Rain pearls on its crest each droplet, magnifying the peach-colored dusk. Legends claim their feathers can measure air pressure, foretelling storms when the barbs flare. You squint. Is that true science or old wives' poetry? A frog croaks. The heron pivots, plunging its head underwater again. Misses, comes up beak dripping and indignant. Its glare could curdle milk. You bite your cheek best, not laugh at a creature armed with a stiletto for a face. Crouch, fingers brushing the marsh's surface. Cold seeps through your gloves. Moorish poets compared these wetlands to drunken scribbles, all looping canals and inkblot ponds. Your nail traces a vein of quartz in the mud, pale as bone against the dark. The heron flares its wings, span wider than your outstretched arms. Stained glass patterns ripple across secondary feathers, geometry, perfected over 50 million years of evolution. It's older than the villa, older than human thirst, older than the concept of secrets. Something tugs your sleeve. Look down. A vine clings to your cuff, its grip tenacious as memory. Peat preserves everything here. Last winter, divers found a 1614 love letter sealed in tarred wood. The parchment disintegrated upon touch, leaving only the scent of rosewater and desperation. The heron stilt walks downstream, each step precise as a chess move. You follow, silvered water filling your boot prints behind. Frogs plop into hiding, their splashes syncopated with the drip from cypress leaves. Ottoman tax records mention 2,346. Frogs harvested here In 1562, stewed with saffron for sultan's guests, a brick path surfaces, crumbling underfoot. 7th century, if the herringbone pattern tells true, your soles meet grooves worn by sandals 800 years gone. The heron halts balanced on a lichen-crusted post. It studies you, then releases a croak like a rusty gate. Moonlight fractures on the water, needlefish dart between shards of reflection. The bird's plumage shimmers now, an optical illusion of blue bleeding into gray. Biologists debate if this iridescence evolved to dazzle prey or attract mates who appreciate sparkle's drama sparkles. Either way, it's working. Your pocket weighs heavy ceramic shard tapping against your leg. Pull it out. The painted grin swims in your palm. The heron cranes closer, acid yellow, eye reflecting the jagged curves. Toss the shard into marsh. It lands with a wet thock. Ripples spread, distorting the bird's mirror image into a Picasso sketch. A heartbeat passes. 2. The heron spears the water, emerging with the shard clamped sideways in its bill. It tilts its head, examining the cobalt smile. Did Moorish artisans ever depict birds on their pottery? Records burned when the Catholic kings took Granada. All we have are educated guesses and hungry scavengers judging our ignorance. The bird shakes its prize once, twice, then drops it with a dismissive clink. The shard sinks, air bubbles rising like disappointed sighs. When the surface stills, your face stares back pale and bisected by a reed. Far off, a nightjar trills. The heron tenses, neck coiling into a question mark. Launching skyward, it becomes shadow and sound. Wing beats like pages torn from a ledger. You watch until it's a punctuation mark against the moon, a story you'll never footnote. The marsh exhales, loosing the scent of wet coal and crushed mint. Kneel, press your knuckles to the path's oldest brick. Somewhere beneath the peat, a Roman merchant's clogged sandal waits, an Umayyad child's lost toy, a Civil War bullet tarnished to green, history's landfill. Rain resumes, needling your scalp. You trek back toward higher ground, boots slurping free of the mire with each step, one glance over your shoulder. The heron's empty post, the disturbed water, your discarded shard dissolving into someone else's future artifact. Wind carries the sharp tang of limes from unseen trees. You fish the teacup handle from your pocket, thumb rubbing its salt-caked curve. Earlier, you thought it resembled a snake. Now, fresh from the heron's verdict, it looks more like a question nobody answered. The stained oak door resists, swollen in its frame, until your shoulder bargains with a splintering creak. Humidity slaps your face first, thick with mildew, and the tang of despairing ink. Shelves buckle under leather-bound tumors, their spines crackled like parchment skin. You swipe a finger across Goath's West, Urslicher divan dust greasing your glove. 19th century librarians packed these tomes with lavender sachets, botanical armor against silverfish. Someone forgot to refresh the herbs. A chessboard of sunlight stains the floor, window grids slicing the rot into neat quadrants. Your boots stick to the rug, damp wool sucking at each step. 3 shelves down, a green-bound volume slouches deeper than its neighbors. Tug, it exhales spores. The cover's title has bled into abstraction, though gilt letters whisper treatise on lunar tides and madness. Historians still argue whether Renaissance physicians actually prescribed seawater baths during full moons. The crack between pages 42 and 43 holds answers if you dare unstick them. Cobwebs net the ceiling, desiccated moths suspended in silk hammocks. One volume lies open on a lectern, its pages fused by time. You hover a palm above the text warmth, radiating like fevered skin. A pressed violet escapes the book, its purple devoured by decades of stolen light. Arab alchemists swore these flowers could mute a liar's tongue if placed under their pillow during waning moons. You pocket the brittle petals, not taking chances. Your sleeve grazes a shelf, a domino collapse begins. Catch the first 2 but letters of Isabella d'Este, hits the floor with a corpse slap. The impact unseals it, pages fanning open to reveal marginalia in blood-brown ink. The Duke's chef serves peacock tongues chilled in snow, a dish as wasteful as his policies. You snort, some critiques never age. Sunlight dies, clouds snuffing the room's brittle glow. Fumble for matches, find only lint. A gleam catches your eye, brass sconces with half-melted candles. Sniff one beeswax, surviving the damp. Flame sputters, wick protesting its resurrection. Light crawls up the walls, illuminating titles. Codex of forgotten trades on the humors of melancholy whales. 7 defenses against imaginary wolves. A draft stirs, pages flutter like moth wings. The candle gutters, casting shadows that twist the shelves into ribcage. Your breath hitches. Is that murmuring? Lean closer to anatomy of drowning. Here, only binding glue straining. 14th century scribes used fish glue. Archivists still debate if it attracts feral cats or repels them. Either way, the air smells vaguely pissing. The central table sags under an atlas, its maps surrendering to mold. Trace the coastlines, ink blurred into Rorschach blots. A red thread snakes between pages, pinned by rusted thumbtacks. Follow the path. It connects Naples to a coffee stain shaped like Carthage. Carthaginian traders allegedly smuggled coffee beans in hollow statuettes, though most scholars dismiss it as black market myth. Above the hearth, a portrait leans askew. Some ducal ancestor glowers under varnish yellowed as nicotine teeth. His wig resembles a startled albino raccoon. You bite your lip. History's vanity deserves that chuckle. The frame's corner digs into your palm. Something rattles inside. Shake it, a desiccated scorpion falls out. Sicilian noblewomen once wore live ones in lockets medicinal bling to ward off the evil eye. The candle dies. Sudden dark pins you in place. Fingers scrape the table, find a tinderbox. Strike sparks until flame licks a new wick. Library Phoenix, ing itself before your eyes. 3 books now lie splayed on the floor, pages tented like collapsed lungs. Squint is that hand-drawn marginalia of a werewolf playing lute. Renaissance humor remains an acquired taste. A cold spot brushes your neck, distinct as a specter's sigh. Turn nothing but wobbling shadows. Ottomans believed libraries stored the breath of every person who'd ever read there. Inhale deeply centuries of aristocratic bad takes, and one master's thesis on cheese preservation. At the room's heart, a glass case glints. Inside, folios blanketed in velvet. The lock crumbles at your touch. Lift the cover, the herbal of shadows springs open, shedding owl pellets and pressed wolfsbane. Instructions for brewing vapors to converse with drowned men. Stain, page 77. Modern chemists recreated the recipe in 2003. Lab notes mention nausea, vertigo, and a very chatty goldfish. Squelch, your boot finds a collapsed shelf's casualty. Songs of the Languedoc troubadours leaks lyrics into the floorboards. Step on amber smear, ocellite tread on Corazon. Love triangles immortalized in mud. Rain batters the high windows, each droplet a liquid fist. You shelter the flame with your palm, its glow reduced to a honeyed comma. A shadow detaches from the stacks, your own silhouette, warped by the vaulted ceiling. It mimes your movements too, fingers brushing a shelf, supports pausing at bestiaries of the Apennine night. A leaflet slips free, floating like a dying kite. Catch it midair sepia, print showing a cathedral facade. Scrawled beneath, 3rd column from left, the mason carved his mistress's face among the saints. Look for the mole above her lip. Vatican archivists deny it. 3 restorations since 1929, and no one's checked. The candle expires, final wisp of smoke curling like a question mark. Moonlight bleeds through storm clouds, turning dust, motes into ghostly plankton. You retreat, backing toward the groaning door. Shelves creak, their burden shifting in the sudden chill. 1 volume thuds to the floor as you cross the threshold. Don't look back. Let the library keep its last word. Your boot heel grinds spun cotton into the clay tiles, fibers crunching like crushed sugar. Looms tower around you, their warped frames, casting cage-like shadows. Half-finished tapestries droop from rusty hooks. A stag's antlers dissolving into unthreaded void. Someone left the dye vats uncovered, indigo pools crusted black as a starless sky. 7th century Andalusian weavers traded their finest silks for saffron and salt economics, as colorful as their fabrics. A spindle rolls past your foot, chasing its shadow across cracked earth. You stoop to catch it. Raw cotton bleeds between your fingers. Medieval guilds claimed thread tension depended on humming specific B-flat lullabies. Try it, your off-key drone sends a dust cloud fleeing from the nearest loom. Silk skeins dangle overhead, sunlight fingering their frayed ends. Reach up threads crumble to gold dust. A ledger lies open on a workbench, its entries devoured by termites. Only one phrase survives: 14 cubits of cochineal-dyed velvet for the Mirza wedding. Payment delayed by scorpions. You snort, some client excuses never change. 3 shuttles rest in a bronze bowl, tarnished by centuries of airborne salt. Pick one up, its pointed tip still radiates the heat of a master's grip. Ottomans believed weavers' tools absorbed their owners' regrets. Your palm tingles, either ancestral guilt or tetanus. A tapestry's corner flaps loose, revealing knotted threads underneath. Flip the fabric, a hidden border of embroidered hairs playing lutes. Their eyes gleam with iridescent beetlewing shards. Experts think Renaissance artisans smuggled subversive art into noble homes this way. The Duchess never notices her wall hangings mock her husband's bad poetry. Rain taps the terracotta roof, a sound like pebbles dropped in shallow water. You duck under a loom's arch forehead, grazing a spider's silk hammock. The arachnid scrambles up its ladder of moonlight, indignant as a chef evicted from his kitchen. A knot of emerald thread clings to your sleeve, stubborn as a jealous lover. Unpick it, the strand disintegrates. Arab merchants once sold mermaid silk spun from pinna clam fibers, but real weavers knew it was just sea-salted cotton. Still, tourists bought the myth like fermented camel milk. Your elbow bumps a bobbin case, spools cascade in a chromatic avalanche. They roll in unison, a rainbow fleeing its own disintegration. Historians still argue whether Byzantine looms encoded musical notations in their warp patterns. Lean close to a half-finished pattern. Does that zigzag echo a G minor chord? Or is the desert sun frying your brain? Breeze riffles through the courtyard, tangling threads into newborn constellations. You follow a crimson strand. It leads to a basket of withered mulberry leaves. Silkworms mummified mid-feast, their papery bodies curl like apostrophes, interrupted stories. The last intact tapestry depicts 2 lovers under a pomegranate tree. Moths have devoured their faces, leaving woolen voids where eyes should weep. Touch the empty space, fiber pricks your thumb. 17th century dyers used vinegar to set colors. The fabric still smells like pickled regret. A child's wooden doll leans against a loom, its yarn hair unraveling into a blonde river. Adjust its crooked apron, fingers brushing a splintered cheek. Andalusi girls practiced weaving knots on these dolls, preparing for dowries they'd never finish. Shadows stretch. The sun bleeds into the western arcade. A needle winks from the dirt, its eye threaded with ghostly flax. Pocket it. Some superstitions insist that carrying a weaver's needle prevents truth from unraveling. You'll test that theory at dinner. The wind steals a skein of saffron thread. It cartwheels toward the gate. Chase it, stumble over a warped floorboard. Kneeling, you spot carved letters. Esteban's hands failed before his heart. Lichen smudges the epitaph, nature's eraser. Dust motes swirl gilded by the setting sun. For a heartbeat, the looms seem to shudder, their heddle bars creaking like old bones. A single thread snaps, its twang echoing through the courtyard. You exit backward, never turning your spine to the unraveling world. The gate's iron teeth nip at your heels as dusk seals the weaver's final word. You find the clock in a tower choked with shadows, its oaken frame swollen from centuries of damp. No hands mark its ivory face, only 12 numerals carved in a forgotten script. Your breath stirs dust motes, gyrate like imbalanced gears. 18th century Spanish horologists obsessed over Toledo's water clocks. But this mechanism drinks time instead of measuring it. Run a thumb over the Roman numerals. Their grooves cradle centuries of grime. The wood feels feverish, a low burn seeping into your skin. A dent near the VII holds 3 withered rose petals, their edges charred black. Locals whispered that the villa's architect buried his wife's memoirs inside the clock. You scrape resin from the cracks, smell cinnamon and something metallic. Press your ear to the cabinet, silence hums. Historians still argue whether the missing hands were stolen or never installed. Lean closer, your heartbeat sinks to phantom ticks. A hidden spring twangs, your neck hairs rise. Ottoman automata often hid musical surprises, tinkling bells for sultans, iron clangs for enemies. This one offers only a stale chuckle from the rafters. Moonlight slants through arrow slits, striping the gears with prison bar shadows. Trace a toothless cog, it spins freely. Medieval clockmakers added dummy wheels to confound rival artisans. This whole device might be a decoy, a timber troll, gatekeeping the real chronometer. You smirk, imagine some duke giggling from the afterlife. Crouch to inspect the pendulum, a bronze plum bob suspended over a mosaic. Stars and serpents coil beneath it, their tesserae shimmering like wet scales. The bob sways without wind, etching circles in dust. 13th century Arabic manuscripts describe magnetic sand that moved to divine eclipses. This powder's just ash, though it parts to reveal a single silver gear. Pocket the gear. It thrums against your thigh like a trapped wasp. Your shadow stretches up the wall, distorted by warped wood panels. For a breath, it gains a second head, ragged and crow-like. Blink, the illusion dissolves. Renaissance architects used concave mirrors to ward off evil eyes. This tower prefers psychological warfare. A spider descends on its silk legs, peddling air above the XII. Its abdomen glows faintly, bioluminescence stolen from glowing cave fungi. The clock's face reflects 8 wobbling copies of the creature, an arachnid zodiac. You hum a nursery rhyme. The spider freezes mid-rope. Damp wool and ozone creep into your nostrils. Thunder's vanguard. The clock's cabinet creaks, its joints expanding. Peer through a knothole, blackness stares back. Someone stuffed the cavity with yellowed love letters and mouse bones. The ink's too faded, except one phrase. When the hands align westward, wind howls through the tower, moaning across copper pipes. Your sleeve brushes the pendulum. It chimes a C-sharp. A floorboard buckles underfoot, revealing cedar oil flasks and a moldering crow's wing. Alchemists once used raven feathers to tame erratic chronovortices. This wing's magic died with its owner's last caw. Lightning flares. The clock's numerals blaze green for 3 thunderclaps. Phosphorescent lichen, not divine intervention. Touch the glowing XII. Your fingertips come away sticky with tree sap. The tower shudders, dust snowing from ceiling beams. 14 seconds pass before stillness returns. You count them aloud, each number echoing like an auctioneer's gavel. Rain punches the roof, a timpani roll drowning thought. Water pools around the clock's base, reflecting its face upside down. The numerals now red as runes, or maybe your brain's thirst for patterns. Wipe the glass. The reflection holds its cryptic smile. Kneel to examine the pedestal, carved vines strangling a sundial. The gnomon's shadow points to a recessed button. Press it, click. A drawer springs open, reeking of myrrh and mildew. Inside, a wax-sealed vial of quicksilver and a miniature portrait. The painted woman wears a key pendant. Its shape matches the clock's winding hole. Drip mercury onto the keyhole. It hisses like a territorial cat. The portrait's eyes follow your movements, a cheap parlor trick with crushed mica. Pocket her anyway. Acidic rain trickles down the walls, drawing hieroglyphs in the grime. One symbol repeats, an hourglass with broken hinges. Thunder retreats, silence floods the tower. The clock exhales a sour breath, mildew and oxidized gears. Press your forehead to its face. The wood pulses once. A vibration climbs your spine, fizzling at the base of your skull. You retreat backward, never letting the clock's empty gaze find your spine. The stairwell swallows you whole, its stone throat lined with the echoes of unwound springs. The rose hits your nose before your eyes find it, sweet rot clinging to thorny air. You backtrack, heel squashing a desiccated fig. There, behind a cataract of ivy, a single bloom trembles on a stem more scar than plant. Its petals crackle as you crouch, ancient parchment, ready to shred. Andalusian nobles once paid their weight in gold for Damascus roses, crushed them into perfumes to mask battlefield gangrene. This one survived without such pretension. Brittle leaves rattle like scorpion tails. Pluck a petal, it crumbles into gold dust between your fingers. Sweat beads on your neck, sun's barely up, but the air's already simmering. A thorn snags your sleeve, resists, then relents. The scarred wood oozes sap brighter than blood. You lick it, regret, instantly. Tartness explodes across your tongue, like sucking a lemon wrapped in chimney soot. Spit twice. Wind unspools a thorn from the bush. It embeds in your boot sole. Historians still argue whether Moorish gardeners bred roses for beauty or poison. Digging out the barb, you find oxidized wire coiled inside the stem. Someone grafted metal into the plant's veins, a botanical cyborg. 3 ants march along a leaf, their antennae sketching Morse code against the petiole. They avoid the rose entirely. Smart little bastards. Peel back ivy tendrils, the roots beneath pulse, with faint phosphorescence, glowing fungus, maybe, or bioluminescent slugs reputed to infest Andalusian ruins. Your shadow darkens the glow it dims, then flares when you step aside. Another petal falls, disintegrates before hitting the ground. The scent shifts, now mildew-edged, like a wedding dress stored in a fishmonger's cellar. 17th century duelists allegedly tucked cursed roses into their lapels, believing thorns redirected musket balls. None of those idiots lived long enough to write memoirs. Kneel, kneecaps grinding into gravel. Peer through the stem lattice. Something winks in the dirt, a corroded locket, its chain fused to a root. Pry it loose, the clasp crumbles. Inside, a portrait miniature of a woman missing her left eye. Her remaining eye glints malachite green, pupil dilated, as if caught mid-surprise. Tuck the locket into your breast pocket. It radiates cold through the fabric, a tiny glacier against your ribs. A beetle trundles across the rose's receptacle, armor clicking. It's hauling a petal fragment 5 times its size. The petal disintegrates mid-journey, the beetle freezes, antennae drooping. You almost feel bad. Sunlight bleaches the rose's edges, ivory surrendering to transparency. Touch the remaining petals, they're warmer than the air. Cradle the bloom, it sighs into dust. Gold powder coats your palm. Medieval apothecaries claimed rose ash cured melancholy, but you're pretty sure they just sold depressed nobles expensive glitter. Wipe your hand on your thigh, streaks auric on denim. The stem creaks, collapses inward, thorns swallowing themselves in a slow-motion implosion. All that remains, a wire skeleton, and the smell of expired honey. Something clatters behind you, a terracotta pot shivering in the breeze. Inside, more wire frames twisted into rose shapes. One wears a cobweb bridal veil. Your shadow stretches toward the villa's eastern wall, spiked by broken trellises. A lizard darts across your silhouette, briefly giving you a forked tail. The air thrums distant bees, or maybe the vibration of 100 rusted wires. Turn, the gate groans on its hinges across the courtyard. It's still closed. The sound replays, same pitch, same duration. A looped recording. No, just the wind perfecting its impersonation of restlessness. Bend to examine the dead rose's roots. They've retracted into a fissure. Drop a pebble into the gap. Count to 9 before it hits something hollow. Andalusia's aquifers are mostly limestone, but this clink sings iron. Stand your spine protests. Sunlight glares off the villa's tiles, each one a mirror fragment welding itself to your retinas. Blink away the afterimage, a green rose imprinted on the air. Dig a coin from your pocket, toss it onto the rose's grave. It lands edge up, spinning lazily. Watch until it topples. Heads, the villa, as always, favors symbolism over fairness. Your shadow bends to examine the spinning coin and spots blue amidst the yellowed grass. 6 ceramic fragments wink up, their edges nibbled by centuries, kneel, fingertips brushing off dirt. A tile shard reveals a ship's prow, waves frozen mid-crash. Another shows 7 stars clustered like tadpoles. 15-year-old sultans in training once played stratagema with similar tiles. Moorish nobility considered it brain training for future rulers. You're just trying to make the sea connect to the sky. Slide 2 pieces together, their edges kiss perfectly. A third clashes, its painted sun overlapping a crescent moon. Consistency wasn't their strong suit, you mutter. A gecko scuttles across your makeshift puzzle, leaving foot-shaped gaps in the dust. The largest fragment hides under wild thyme, its glaze still glossy. Flip it. Tiny handprints fossilized in the clay, a child's fingers splayed like starfish. Historians still argue whether these were toys or apprenticeship tests for young mosaicists. Breathe on the surface. Your fog reveals faint charcoal marks. Numbers, letters. The gecko licks them away. Arrange the tiles clockwise. Ships chase stars across chipped terrain. One piece revolts, its cerulean pigment staining your thumbnail. You've reconstructed a third of something. Maybe a map, a zodiac, a board game where the rules died with its makers. Fringe theorists claim certain Andalusian tiles predicted solar eclipses, encoded via accidental glaze cracks. Yours just form a lopsided octopus. A breeze flips a fragment, exposing its underside. Iron oxide streaks bloom like blood capillaries. Now there's a design choice, you say. The gecko flicks its tail in agreement. 4 tiles form a crouching lion, its mane a tangle of geometric flames. 5th tile blank. 6th an arrow pointing nowhere. 7th a lone palm tree. Press them flush, they sing against each other. Actual sound, a faint hum resonating through your molars. Villa, if this is your idea of a lullaby, the hum sharpens. A buried vibration climbs your spine. Scatter the tiles. Silence slams back. Your earlobes throb. Scoop up the handprint fragment, its edges warm unexpectedly. Ancient kilns fired tiles with olive pits, infusing each with the faint tang of smoke. This one smells of cumin and burnt sugar. Pocket it, the gecko hisses protest. Crawl westward, parting grass with forensic care. More shards emerge. A scorpion's tail, half an hourglass, something that might be a very sad carrot. Arrange them around the central lion. The arrow now aims at your left kneecap. Helpful, digging yields a surprise. A complete tile sealed in resin. Its surface swirls with indigo and gold, a night sky constellated with unfamiliar forms. No Big Dipper here, just a crooked W shape labeled Al-Rakib in microscopic script. The Watcher, the Weeping One. Your phone's dead Google's 1,000 miles away. Stand dust avalanching from your jeans. The rearranged tiles cast no shadow. Weird. Stomp, they jump an inch left. Stomp again, they quiver like repelling magnets. Nope. Kick the sad carrot tile into the time. The gecko applauds with skittering feet. Dusk stains the fragments cobalt. One tile glows, phosphorescent algae in its cracks. Press your palm against it. Cold seeps up your arm, a sensation familiar from museum relic heists. Pull back. The glowing intensifies, outlines a four-petaled flower. Two tiles snap together unaided, magnetism or desperation. They form a doorframe. Another shard levitates, hovers, drops. Your pulse thunders. Andalusia's famous for azulejos, not sentient ones. A donkey brays in the distance. The tiles go dormant, just painted clay again. Pocket 3 likely candidates. The moon rises. Its light turns ceramic edges razor sharp. Last fragment glints under a rosemary bush. Tiny ship sails bisected by a crack. Fit it into the gap beneath the lion. The beast gains an extra eye, pupil dilating as you watch. Blink, it reverts to ceramic. Wind riffles the grass. Your collected tiles clack in pockets. One last piece surfaces where you first knelt, a perfect blue circle. The gecko sits atop it, crown jewel on a ceramic throne. You win, you concede. It preens. The rondelle burns icy through your shirt as you walk away, a frozen O branding your ribs. Turn back. The scattered shards have rearranged themselves into a grinning crescent. Your shadow mimics the curve, smile stretching too wide for any human face. The villa's gates creak in harmonic minor. Somewhere, a child laughs, the sound drier than fallen leaves. Pluck a rosemary sprig, crush it. Inhale sharply, memory hits. Your third-grade art teacher, insisting all pottery, secretly wants to return to mud. The tile in your pocket pulses once, agreeing or arguing. You'll never know. Your pockets still hum with ceramic secrets as you round the villa's northern colonnade, rusted iron vines clawing stone. The wind shifts. A new sound slices through olive grove whispers. Not birds, not water. A corroded harp stands sentinel in a weed-choked courtyard, its dozen strings vibrating, though no one plucks them. 10 centuries back, Andalusian nobles mounted harps like this on palace rooftops, letting sea winds play concertos. This one's less Mozart, more dentist's drill. Every gust pulls a metallic wail from its frame, notes sour as unripe quince. The bass crumbles, termite-chewed legs propped up by broken urns. Touch a string, it bites, drawing a bead of blood. Charmingly hostile, you remark. The wind laughs, shredding your words. Beneath the harp's warped soundboard, carvings writhe. Serpents, vines, lean closer. The motifs resolve into chained winds, each elemental face howling in carved agony. Your breath fogs the wood, revealing faint numerals. A date, 1148, could align with Alfonso VII's Siege of Almeria. If you squint, historians still argue whether siege engineers used sound weapons or just really loud donkeys. A high C shivers down your spine, the note clinging like burrs. Second, string from the left, tightest and meanest, thrums without touching breeze. Slide your uninjured finger alongside it. Vibration climbs your arm, lodges behind your left molar. Unorthodox dentistry, you note. The harp answers with a dissonant chord, 3 strings snapping, their fragments embed in a fig tree quivering like thrown knives. Crouch, avoiding the harp's audible crossfire. The soil here's pocked with bottle shards and weight teeth, molars mainly iron-stained and pitted. 13 by your count. Theorists insist medieval lute makers paid apprentices in dental currency, but that's likely someone's grad school fantasy. The north wind strengthens, funneling through the colonnade like a drunk flutist. The harp convulses. Its remaining strings screech a Catalan lullaby backward, notes curdling as they hit air. You feel each one in your fillings. Spot something snake-nestled under the soundboard, a glass vial stoppered with wax. Pry it free. Inside, a scroll no wider than an eyelash. Unfurl it against your palm. Microscopic script swims, Kufic calligraphy detailing cloud movements. Prescribed prayers for each wind direction. Decoding this require a microscope and a raise, you tell the harp. It plays a jaunty arpeggio of derision. Squint at the vial's base. Blown glass imperfections form a sly face, tongue protruding. Classic craftsman's joke. Pocket it, the glass warms against your thigh. Your stolen tile pulses once in response, cold meeting heat through denim. Wind dies. Silence slams down, the sudden absence ringing louder than bells. Then a single string trembles. Low G, the note blooms in your sternum, a weighted blanket of sound. You sink cross-legged, dirt cool through your jeans. The harp's shadow stretches, ink-black fingers grasping at your ankles. Twilight stains the iron vines above, their rust flakes drifting like dried blood. Pluck the low G yourself. The string stays mute, resonance already spent. A gecko scuttles across the soundboard tail, brushing 2 strings. They ping D-sharp and something quarter-toned. The reptile freezes, vibrations rolling down its scales. Its throat pouch puffs, an unexpected croak answering the notes. Encore. You toss a pebble at the soundboard. It ricochets into the dark, met by a distant shatter of pottery. Moonlight now glazing the harp's wounds silver. 5 strings remain. The north winds regrouping. You hear it battering the villa's eastern gates. Stand brush off grit. The tile in your pocket sears a frosty circle against your hip. The storm hits a gale, funneled through architecture's cruelty. The harp screams, strings detonating in sequence. One lacerates your sleeve, another embeds in a pillar, humming like a trapped wasp. The last string holds, vibrating too fast to see before snapping skyward. Silence. Approach the crippled instrument. Its carved winds weep sap golden tears, clotting in the grain. That low G string lies coiled at the base, a suicidal serpent. Scoop it up. The metal burns, then freezes, then settles into an uneasy tepidness. Your shadow stretches toward the north, pulled taut as a bowstring. Somewhere beyond the villa's walls, the sea inhales. Pocket the string, it buzzes against the vial and tiles. An unholy trio of artifacts. The gecko reappears perched where the highest string once trembled. It licks an eyeball, judging you. Don't start, you warn. Walk backward, never turning from the harp. Its silhouette shrinks, a broken cruciform against indigo. 10 paces out, the wind starts again. New notes, deeper, older. You feel them in your molars, in the fillings you don't have. The villa gates groan behind you, iron grinding iron, in familiar harmonics. Your pockets grow heavier, the tiles chill, gnawing through fabric. You picture the harp reconstructing itself, splinters knitting, stringless for 3 heartbeats, until the north wind breathes life into phantom wires. A child's laughter skitters over roof tiles, directionless. Your shadow walks ahead now, leading with confidence you lack. Crush a sprig of wild mint. The scent mingles with rust and sea salt, an olfactory punchline to the villa's joke. The gecko keeps pace, a 6-inch critic documenting your retreat. Your boots find the gravel path, each crunch louder than the harp's death wail. One last glance back, the courtyard lies empty. No harp, no teeth, just moonlight pooled where twisted iron once stood. Your pocket artifacts hum a 3-part dissonance tile, vial, string vying for dominance. Tug the vial's wax stopper free with your teeth. A moth flies out, wings powdered with ancient ink. It spirals upward, a living semicolon in the villa's run-on sentence, then dissolves into the north wind's howl. The moth's absence lingers, a phantom tickle in your nostrils. As you push open the perfumery's splintered door, cedar panels sag from the walls, their resinous sweat staining the air. Rows of glass vials line crooked shelves, each a vacuum where scent once pooled. Your boots crunch crystallized residue, centuries of evaporated bergamot and myrrh fossilized underfoot. Andalusian perfumers once paid 3 gold coins for a single damascene rose, petals shipped in lead caskets, packed with snow. The villa's master likely hosted scent sommeliers here, sampling ambergris dragees, while Moorish lutes murmured through courtyard screens. Now decay perfumes the room, mold spores, and mouse nests fermenting in the dark. A cracked alembic gleams on the central table, its copper belly split like a rotten fruit. Peer inside, black sludge coats the glass coil, maybe the dregs of some failed adder. Touch it. The residue clings, tacky and acrid, an olfactory riddle halfway between burned sugar and regret. Starter kit for villainy, you announce. The vial in your pocket hums, a flat note that jars your molars. 3 ceramic mortars huddle in the corner, pestles cemented by hardened paste. Historians still debate whether medieval perfumers used their craft as medicine or just really fancy air freshener. Scrape a pestle with your thumbnail. Yellow powder drifts, an extinct fragrance that smells like grandmothers and dried chrysanthemums. Your shadow stretches across the workbench, distorting over a stained recipe ledger. Pages stick together, ink blots blooming through parchment like fungal blooms. One legible phrase curls at the margin, full moon distilled through jasmine blossoms. Underlined twice, a draft riffles the ledger, revealing a pressed nightshade flower. Its purple has grayed, edges brittle as Bible pages. Theories claim assassins, commissioned poisoned perfumes, here love letters laced with belladonna mist. The vial in your pocket vibrates, sharp enough to chime against your hip bone. Open the nearest wall cabinet. A dried bat carcass tumbles out, wings spread, preserving its final plunge. It reeks of cloves and existential panic. 18th century perfumers sometimes used bat guano as a musk stabilizer, a fact best left in academia's darker corners. Hard pass, you mutter, toe-nudging the mummified creature. Its skull detaches, rolls under a cabinet with a hollow clack. Moonlight slants through high windows, etching liquid silver around the vials. Unstopper one. Inhale. Nothing. Another. Vacuum's kiss. The third, your nose meets a millennia-old void, the ghost of scent haunting empty glass. Then the 12th vial, blue-tinted, its wax seal bears a thumbprint. Crack it open. Rot punches your sinuses, blackcurrant layered over gangrene. Gag. Recork fast, eyes watering. The stench clings, a vengeful spirit in your nasal passages. Top notes, wet crypt, bass, despair. Your voice cracks, the vial in your pocket laughs, a tinny vibration against your femur. A gleam catches your eye, something wedged behind mortar shelves. Pry it loose. A blown glass funnel spout, shaped like a swan's neck, smuggler's tool for discreetly transferring rare oils. Turn it over. Thick sediment lines the curves, amber sludge that squirms under moonlight. Wipe a finger through the gunk. It resists, then yields, leaving a glossy streak on your skin. Wait, the streak darkens, coagulating into a crimson teardrop. Blood. No, too viscous. Pomegranate molasses fossilized by time. Your fingertip throbs, heat blooming under the nail. The ledger pages flutter again, a purposeful snap of parchment. Turn. The nightshade flower's gone. In its place, a fresh ink blot spreading tentacle-dark tendrils, consuming the full moon notation. Backpedal shoulder, knocking a shelf. 7 vials shatter, glass teeth snapping at your heels. Their emptiness bursts, releasing century-old stagnation in visible waves. Gray mist curling like burnt film stock. The funnel in your hand grows warm. The sludge inside bubbles, a chocolate boil of dormant chemistry. Throw it, keep it. Your pocket artifacts vote via discordant buzz. Tile cold, vial hot, string twanging against your thigh. Light changes, the moon now bleeding through violet glass panes. Shadows stretch wrong, bending toward the central alembic. Its cracked belly glows, black sludge inside, throbbing like a tar heart. The funnel jerks in your grip, spout aiming itself at the alembic. The sludge inside pulls, a magnetic ache in your palm. Relent. Let the funnel kiss the broken still. The sludge oozes, a congealed rope of ancient syrup, into the alembic's copper womb. It hits the residue with a hiss, smoke rising in cursive script, symbols, letters. The vapor twists, forming a word your eyes refuse to parse. Heat swells, pushing you back. The alembic's fracture lines glow red veins of liquid light. All vials on the shelves shiver their glass, singing a fragmented scale. A drop forms at the alembic's spout, hovering, then falling. It hits the floor, explodes into scent. Plumeria and seawater, burnt hair, fresh dug clay. The aroma tattoos itself behind your eyes, 3 seconds of synesthetic overload. Unsubscribe, you rasp, hand over nose. The funnel's empty now, glass frosted with weird condensation. Pocket it. The vial and string buzz approval tile, pulses, frost patterns on your kneecap. Shadows stabilize. The alembic cools, cracked and ordinary. The ledger lies still, ink blot stalled mid-consumption. Only your seared nostrils and the sticky funnel attest to the alchemy. A gecko glares from the windowsill, newcomer or old critic. It flicks a tongue at the sludge trail, recoils. A single chirp, judgment delivered. Unstopper the blue vial again, bravery fueled by foolishness. The rot's gone. Now seawater and myrrh, a coastal funeral wrapped in incense. Breathe deep. Salt pricks your eyes, or is that Stockholm syndrome setting in? The moon escapes the stained glass, its light gone clinical. Shelves holding empty vials seem to shift, realigning when you blink. A low hum builds, subaudible, felt in your liver, and the back molars you definitely still have. The door creaks, night air rushing in to merry perfumery musk. Exit backward, lintel grazing your scalp. The gecko stays, watching over its kingdom of dust and glass. Your shadow walks ahead, bold now, thrice its normal girth. Artifacts jostle in your pockets, funnel, vial, tile, and string, composing a discordant quartet. Step on a stray vial. It pops, releasing a puff of air so ancient it predates pizza. Laughter trickles down from the roof tiles. Cotton candy giggles sweeter than normal human acoustics allow. Don't look up. The rule applies here, even if the sound circles your head like a ketamine hornet. Gravel path returns beneath your boots, each step crunching a counterpoint to the perfumery's lingering hum. 3 courtyards north, the villa gates beckon with rusted teeth. Your pockets grow heavier, each stolen relic whispering its own dirge. The funnel warms against all reason, against all sense, glowing faintly through denim. You consider hurling it into the oleander thicket. The tile in your pocket retaliates, a cold burn branding hip flesh. Compromise. Keep walking. The gecko's judgment fades with distance, replaced by cricket static. Somewhere a nightjar trills. Somewhere glass shatters in a room that no longer exists. Your shadow leads, tugging you toward the next archive of absence. Gravel yields to spongy earth, As you breach the vineyard's edge, trellises hunched like rheumatic skeletons. Sun-bleached wood crumbles under your palm, powdered cellulose sticking to sweat. These arbors once trained muscat grapes, favored by Moorish vintners for their sugar skin and floral tang. Now the vines twist inward, gnarled fingers clutching shriveled clusters that rustle like insect carapaces. Pluck a raisin. It crunches between molars, gritty saccharine giving way to ferrous aftertaste. Soil here reeks of betrayal, alkaline sharpness, undercut by spoiled molasses. Andalusia's vintners buried crushed oyster shells between rows, a pH buffer against relentless sun. You kick the dirt, shards gleam, fossilized moonshells, still clinging to their dead vocation. 3 trellises ahead, a stone cistern squats half swallowed by earth. Approach. Green sludge laps at its rim, scum forming continents on stagnant broth. Medieval brewers sometimes tossed vine pulp into fermenting tanks, believing the tannins warded off evil humors. Lean closer. Your reflection fractures, ripples reassembling as a stranger's face with too many teeth. Nope. Step back. The cistern belches, a methane sigh that wrinkles your nose. Iron hooks jut from the largest trellis, rusted implements dangling like forgotten questions. One holds a skein of hemp rope, frayed ends brushing the dirt. Pull it. The whole structure shudders, desiccated grapes raining down in a brittle hail. Catch one midair. Squeeze. It powders, ochre dust coating your palm. The residue stains skin, tattooing your lifeline with dried fructose. Kneel. Brush aside leaf litter. Clay shards protrude marked with soot and grape seed fossils. Researchers once found similar fragments near Cordoba, kiln-fired vessels stamped with Roman wine tariffs. This one bears a crude etching, maybe a goat, maybe a child's son drawing. Historians still argue whether these were sacred symbols or ancient cellar graffiti. Wind stirs the vines, a reedy whistle through lattice tombs. Your shadow stretches east, melting into the cistern's murk. The artifacts in your pocket grow restless, tile vibrating like a plucked bass string. Unearth a pinecone-sized grape cluster. Inhale. Its perfume, mothballs, and oxidized pennies. Snack. A voice croaks behind you. Spin. Empty. The trellises leer, their timber, joints creaking in false innocence. Your boot heel grinds the clay shard pottery screech, echoing across fallow terraces. 20 paces west, a wrought iron gate sags on broken hinges. Through its bars, olive groves blur into indigo twilight. The largest vine, thick as your thigh, splits into 2 ropey arms. Moss crusts their union, a lichen beard marking decades of damp. Press your ear to the trunk. A faint thrum pulses, sap or phantom circulation. 16th century growers drilled bleeding holes in ancient vines, collecting lymph for medicinal tonics believed to cure melancholy. Your fingernail finds a bore mark. Rot seeps from the wound, black sap gluing your fingertip to bark. Yank free. The vine oozes, a sluggish drip that that smells of iron and fermented prunes. Pocket the residue-coated nail. The tile in your pocket hums approval, a warm purr against your thigh. Moonlight ignites the cistern's surface, algae glowing chartreuse. Something moves beneath the scum. Ripples converge, forming a vortex that sucks down reflected stars. Your lungs tighten. That vineyard reek sharpens, charred caramel, undercut by spoiled meat. We're closed, you announce. The vortex stalls. Crouch beside a collapsed trellis. Its crossbeam sprouts a lone mushroom, cap ridged like a brain coral. Snap the stem. Milky liquid beads, sweating neurotoxin or lazy sap, wipe it on your jeans. The denim smokes, not sap. Retreat, crushing raisin mummies underfoot. 8 pigs died here in 1892, gorging on frost-killed grapes that fermented in their guts. Local papers called it the swine symphony, belches echoing through the valley before silence. Your stomach gurgles, sympathy pangs, or psychosomatic hooch. A grape stem hooks your sleeve, barbed tendril clinging like a jealous lover. Slice it with your thumbnail. The vine recoils, squealing wood on wood. All around trellises shudder, their dead fruit clattering like dried bones. The cistern belches again, a wet glorp that sprays scum across your boots. Laugh. Can't help it. The tile vibrates, sharing the joke through denim. Wipe muck on wild thyme, herb scent briefly overriding decay. Approach the iron gate. Its lock dangles, a corroded lump eaten by salt winds. Push, rust flakes snow, hinges screaming like butchered peacocks. Beyond, a path vanishes into olives and gathering dark. Turn for a final glance. Moonlight stretches your shadow back toward the cistern, a tether pulling taut. The vortex resurges, water sloshing over mossy stone. From its depths, a single bubble rises, bursts, releasing a note that tastes of eucalyptus and burnt hair. The tile in your pocket flashes cold warning or farewell. You step through the gate. It swings shut, severing your shadow's umbilical cord. The vineyard's reek fades, replaced by olive oil and parched earth. Pluck a withered grape from your collar. Flick it into the grove. A shadow darts, snatching the morsel midair. Wings flap, too leathery for birds. Your artifacts remain silent, sleeping relics, as you march toward the villa's final exhale. You brush past cobwebs soft as bridal veils. The tailor's workshop smells of mothballs and defeat. Dust motes swirl in a sunbeam, the only customer since the Habsburgs ruled Spain. A half-stitched doublet sags on a dress form, silver thread gleaming where the needle froze mid-seam. Scissors gape nearby, their blades dusted with rust freckles. Spanish tailors once stitched mercury into royal garments, believing the toxic metal repelled lice. Don't test that theory here. A thimble rolls underfoot, brass worn thin by generations of calloused thumbs. Shelves sag under linen bolts, sun-faded stripes bleeding into whispers of burgundy and ash. Your fingertip grazes a swatch. The fabric disintegrates like burnt parchment. 16th century seamstresses soaked silk in alum solutions, locking dies with a stench of rotten eggs. Breathe deep. The workshop still hums with vinegar ghosts. The abandoned needle winks, its snapped thread dangling like a hanged man's noose. Historians still argue whether Moorish tailors used double-stitched seams for durability, or to mimic the veins of Allah's creation. You lean closer. The needle's eye holds a sliver of light, a trapped star winking coded gossip about dead men's hems. A sketchpad lies open charcoal smudges mapping a jacket that never breathed air. Cuffs flare like bell towers, lapels sharp enough to draw blood. Customers preferred subtlety after the Inquisition. If you weren't burned for fashion crimes, toss the pad. It lands in a spindle of indigo yarn dyed with crushed snails from Phoenician trade routes. Open a drawer. Pins bristle in a pincushion shaped like a boar's heart, its velvet nap worn bald. Bite marks crater the wooden handle. Apprentices tested new needles with their teeth, a practice that cost Barcelona's guild master 3 molars in 1622. Your incisor tingles, sympathy ache, or latent desire to chomp steel. The floorboard creaks, a bass note harmonizing with your pulse. Kneel, pry it up. A hidden compartment cradles a child's smock, stitched with protective sigils against the evil eye. Threads shimmer gold spun with pulverized emerald. Superstitious sewers whispered gems into seams, though emeralds couldn't save this garment from outgrowing its owner. Fold it. The fabric sighs, a mother's lullaby trapped between folds. Sunset bleeds through shutters, striping the cutting table with tiger gold. A tape measure slithers to the floor, ivory numbers, faded by sweat and lies. Stretch it between your hands. The seamstress who owned this measured client's inseams and their capacity for debt. Snap it taut. The twang echoes, unpaid invoices rattling in a phantom ledger. A basket of buttons glints, mother of pearl discs flecked with iridescent scars. Pick one. It warms in your palm, a fossilized teardrop from some bioluminescent mollusk. You pocket it. The scissors hiss, their blades shifting a millimeter toward your retreating shadow. Wind riffles through a ledger, yellow pages fluttering open to 1587. Orders for doublets, repairs for hose. A margin note in brown ink. Master Vasquez disappeared Tuesday last, left 3 L's of damask unpaid. Below, a child's doodle of a dog wearing a feathered cap. Press the page. Fiber crumbs sift through your fingers, history's dandruff. The iron smoothing heater sits cold, its belly full of dead coals. Inhale. Soot and old sweat. 17 women once sued a Madrid tailor for burning their gowns. Molten wax drips mistaken for couture lace. Run a nail along the heater's spine. It comes back black, a mourner's ribbon for dead fashion. A dart pigeon coos in the rafters, its nest woven from embroidery floss and frustration. It eyes your pockets, plotting theft strategies. Toss a moth-eaten swatch. The bird dive bombs, wings beating a martial rhythm. It snags the fabric midair, swooping back to line its cradle with taffeta dreams. The headless dress form topples, hollow torso thudding against oak planks. Rummage through its innards, a forgotten needle pricks your thumb, punishment for disturbing the stitching dead. Suck blood, metallic tang, blending with dust. Needlewomen often licked threads to smooth them, a habit that left their tongues blooming with color. Your mouth floods with memory, tasting madder root crimson and woad blue. Moonlight floods the room, transforming shears into executioners' axes. Their shadows cleave the floor, invisible blades splitting floorboards into kindling. Step over the divide. The scissors quiver, yearning for fabric uncut or flesh untested. You'll never volunteer the answer. A waistcoat hangs askew, its buttons mismatched like a drunkard's teeth. One pocket sags, weighted by a thimbleful of teeth and dry lavender. Victorian travelers sewed herb sachets into luggage, warding off bedbugs and bad decisions. Crush a bud between fingers. The scent sharpens regret and pollen, hovering in the still air. Cobwebs shiver as you exit. The tape measure lunges, looping around your ankle like a plasticine serpent. Stomp. It recoils, spooling itself into a defeated spiral. The pigeon laughs, a guttural croak that shakes moth wings from the rafters. Turn for one last glimpse. Moonbeams caress the frozen needle, its silver shimmering like a tear on God's cheek. The scissors snap shut, bite echoing through empty shelves and abandoned ambition. Somewhere, a ghost adjusts its cuffs. You pat the button in your pocket, its curves a braille reminder of oceanic depths and iridescent hunger. Down the hall, the villa's pulse quickens, drawing you toward final breaths and unanswered queries. The workshop door creaks, shut its sigh, stitching the night with invisible thread. 57 lanterns dangle above glass bellies, clouded with the breath of 57 winters. Their iron chains creak, rusted lullabies, serenading your approach. You count them twice. The number feels prime, unwilling to be divided in this late hour. Andalusian colonists once lit oil lamps nightly to honor San Juan de la Cruz's fiery visions. These wicks stayed dry. A matchstick nestles in your palm, its tip blushing like a venomous beetle's wing. Strike it. The sulfur hiss startles a gecko off the pillar, its tail whipping stone. Flame licks air, a gold tongue tasting decades of neglect. Historians still debate whether this colonnade stored gunpowder or saffron. Its vaulted arches favor both secrets. Hold the light high. Each lantern's glass tells a different fable, one cracked by hail, another bubble warped during blowing, a third fogged with candle ghosts. Your shadow climbs the wall, a pantomime giant reaching for the first lantern. The match gutters. Quick light number 6 before darkness returns. Its glass warms, amber veins thawing in the heat. Inside, a dead moth clings to the burner, wings folded in final prayer. 17th century civilians believed moths were tailors' souls doomed to seek eternal flames for their sins. This one found a cold sanctuary. Dust rains as you unhook the chain. The lantern sways, dislodging a scroll crammed in its copper base. Unfurl it. Faded script details a 1633 edict. No lantern shall burn crimson during Lent, on penalty of 20 lashes. Someone scribbled in the margin. Jorge kissed Elena here, 12th pillar, 3rd Thursday. Love ignores decrees. Refasten the lantern. Let Jorge's defiance sway with the others. 3 matches die lighting number 12. Its flue clogged with swallows' nests. You blow. Chalky debris coats your lips, tastes like forgotten revolutions. 14th century Moors embedded iron filings in lantern glass, said to repel jinn drawn to false dawns. This pain flakes under your thumb, its magic spent. A gecko scuttles over your boot, drawn by the warmth of failure. Number 17 hums when touched, a low C sharp vibrating through brass fittings. Press your ear to its belly. The sound deepens, mimicking monks chanting 3 villages away. An 1802 traveler's journal mentions this phenomenon, attributing it to sympathetic resonance with distant piety. You doubt the monks approve. Raise the match higher. Shadows leap, forming a zoetrope on the ceiling. A donkey limps. A woman lifts her skirts. A child chases a hoop. The images stutter, burned into the soot from decades of phantom flames. Blink. The ceiling goes blank, leaving only the scent of charred stories. Number 23 refuses to open, hinges welded shut by time's bad breath. Peer through a star-shaped crack. Something gleams inside, a pearl, a coin, a lone nailhead wearing a top hat of verdigris. Madrid's lamplighters carried lock-picking nuns in their crews, skilled at liberating pious contraband. Swat a spider off your neck. Let 23 keep its riddle. The wind shifts, spinning the lanterns into a carousel of groans. Chains whip the air, drawing blood from your temple. Wipe it. The droplet smears across number 34, tinting its fogged glass pink. 16th century duelists timed their shots by swinging lanterns, 1 arc for honor, 2 for death. This one's rhythm feels indecisive. Matches dwindle. Down to 9 each strike a diminishing return. Light number 41. Its flame blooms green copper patina, burning toxic and beautiful. Venetian glassmakers once spiked lanterns with arsenic for this hue, a party trick that killed 2 doges. Cover your nose. The ghost of a sneeze lingers. Number 57 hangs lowest, kissing your forehead if you slouch. Its handle bears teeth marks. Wolves, a desperate thief, a lovesick stable boy testing his molars on history. The answer flutters out, a scrap of sheet music wedged in the oil tray. Hum the notes. They taste of licorice and shipwrecks. 5 matches left. The wind murders them all, each snuffed with a vindictive puff. Stand in darkness. The lanterns whisper above, a chorus of glass lungs, wheezing omens. Touchstones say a lamp, unlit, in Granada's Albaycin district, curses bystanders with poetic melancholy. You're already halfway there. A shard crunches under heel, glittering like frozen venom. Kneel. Sweep fingers through grit. Reassemble the broken pane like a drunk archaeologist. The pieces form a crescent moon or a smuggler's grin. Sevilla's Lantern Makers Guild imposed strict quotas. Any excess glass got dumped in the Guadalquivir to appease river gods. This fragment missed its baptism. Cold seeps through your sleeves, the kind that ignores layers. Blow on numb hands. Your breath hangs, a temporary lantern without a wick. 14th century Moorish astronomers mapped stars using oil lamp smoke patterns, reading futures in the way soot clung to domed ceilings. Your cloud dissipates, taking its prophecies elsewhere. The gecko returns, scaling a pillar to nibble moths off number 6. Its tongue flicks, a metronome counting time until dawn. You envy its pragmatism. No one writes ballads about creatures that survive on dust and wing beats. Number 12 creaks, a rusty hinge mimicking your grandmother's knees. Push it gently. The lantern sways, casting a diamond-shaped shadow that bisects your boot. Superstition says standing in a lantern's shadow at midnight reveals one secret. Yours stays stubbornly silent. Your pocket warms the stolen button, pulsing like a miniature heart. Remove it. The mother of pearl winks, catching non-existent light. 17 nuns in Cordoba once sewn similar buttons onto their habits to warn of approaching men via bioluminescent flickers. Historians call it doubtful. The button disagrees. A bat grazes your hair, its screech shredding the silence. Duck. It spirals into the colonnade wingspan, altering the lantern's pendulous math. Count them again. Still 57. The bat adds chaos, an asterisk to order. Dawn licks the eastern arches, pale as a heretic's blush. The lanterns fade, transforming from characters to set dressing. You pocket the button. Touch number 57's chain, its iron still humming with nocturnal secrets. Somewhere, a matchstick dreams of conflagration. You leave it sleeping. The villa's heartbeat thrums, low and insistent, through souls grown sensitive to buried truths. Your shadow stretches westward, a compass needle pointing toward endings. 57 lanterns sway in your wake, each a cold star refusing to drown in daylight. Your palm meets iron colder than a cardinal's forgiveness. Rust tattoos the scrollwork, a century's cursive written in oxidation. This gate swung open for Habsburg envoys in 1626. The same year, Seville's Grand Fair nearly bankrupted 12 dukes. Now it resists, warped wood snug in its metal corset. You lean closer. The cold seeps knuckle deep, sharpening the scar along your index finger. A breeze stirs, carrying whispers of the lantern's final size. The iron thrums, vibrations humming up your arm like a tuning fork for ghosts. Historians still argue whether its arrowhead spikes warded off invaders or jealous suitors. Both, maybe. Passion and violence often share a whetstone. Push, the left hinge shrieks, a sound that would have sent 16th century stable boys sprinting with oil flasks. No one comes. The right hinge stays mute, its secrets fossilized in congealed grease. You slip through the gap, shoulder brushing moss thick as a chipmunk's pelt. 13 strands catch on the iron, unspooling from your sweater like a breadcrumb trail. Too late now. Twilight pools in the villa's courtyard, a liquid amber dusk reserved for saints and smugglers. Your shadow stretches toward the archway, growing gaunt as it crosses the threshold. Moorish masons angled these arches to cast no shadow at summer solstice noon, a trick to humble proud men. The stones, remember, they compress underfoot, grinding teeth in a jawbone of sandstone. The gate creaks shut behind you, its clang echoing 7 times. 7, an imperfect number, all edges and asymmetry. 17th century archivists logged every gate repair, but misnumbered the pages. Their frustration stains the margins. You trace a crack in the wall, it branches like lightning frozen mid-strike. Granada's blacksmiths believed singing to iron as it cooled gave gates memory. What ballad does this one replay? Your boothiel grinds a pebble, the crunch amplifies in the narrowing passage. 3 vaulted ceilings loom ahead, each ribbed like the belly of a stone whale. A gecko darts across your path, its tail kinked from old injuries. You match its paws. Together, you listen to the villa exhale, air whistling through cracks in its masonry lungs. A sparrow's nest crowns a sconce, twigs woven with strands of blue silk. Merchants from Valencia traded that fabric for saffron in 1743, or was it almonds? The ledger entry smudged. 3 eggs rest inside, speckled shells, warm despite the creeping chill. You count to 9 Mediterranean sailors, tricked to ward off ill portents. The gecko disagrees, scrambling up the wall toward safer numerals. The final arch narrows, squeezing shoulders until your elbows scrape rough-hewn stone. Quarry marks swirl on the walls, chisel scars left by laborers paid in wine and figs. One signature repeats, a looping M crowned with 3 dots. Scholars think it's a mason's mark. A drunk cartographer in Malaga insists it's a shorthand for Medo fear. You exhale. The archway exhales back. Suddenly, open air. The courtyard spreads its banquet of decay. Crumbled pillars where ivy stoles, a dry fountain cradles a family of mushrooms. Your heel grinds a terracotta shard. The crack echoes like a plate smashed in an empty dining hall. Andalusia's last Moorish poet allegedly wrote verses in this dust. No one's found them. The wind filed for authorship right centuries ago. To the west, a balcony sags, its wrought iron railings blooming rust flower. Lean against it. Flakes stick to your sleeve, metallic dandruff from history's scalp. The railing warps under your grip, bending where palms sweat through gloves during some long-ago siege. Touchstones claim this metal came from melted down astrolabes, sacrificing navigation for defense. You squint. The sunset lines up where Mercury should be, playful or prophetic. The villa won't say. Dusk deepens, shadows stitching the courtyard into a patchwork of absences. A fig tree claws at the eastern wall, roots splintering mortar with arboreal arthritis. Its fruit litter the ground, overripe sacks bursting with seeds that'll never take root. You kneel. Ants march through the sticky carnage, tiny janissaries claiming their sticky empire. In 1701, a juniper here allegedly sprouted silver berries. Tax records mention the graft. God's jokes outlive us all. The gate groans again, or is it the tree? Doesn't matter. Cold seeps through your souls, the villa's chill rising through limestone capillaries. You pivot, retracing steps, now swallowed by gloaming. The archway feels narrower this time, stone ribs pressing your chest like a disapproving librarian. Someone carved a tiny handprint here, palm no bigger than a child. The mortar feels warmer in its outline. Halfway back, the gate's silhouette emerges, framed by the first star. Vega, too early, a lantern's ghost, more likely. Pressure builds behind your sternum, the weight of 57 unlit promises. Your fingers brush the wall. The mason's M greets you, dots glowing faintly in the murk. 3 breaths, 3 steps. The gecko watches from a crescent-shaped crack, judging your retreat. Iron meets your palm once more. It's cold, now familiar. The gate allows one final shove. It swings open, revealing a path, now washed in indigo. Historians still argue whether the villa's architect died bankrupt or vanished into a Sufi monastery. The gate keeps both possibilities polished. You cross into the gloaming, boots scuffing the gravel of 1,000 exits. No crickets, no bells, just the villa's bones settling deeper into their limestone cradle as moonlight inks your shadow onto the road. 13 sweater threads flutter from the gate's teeth, marking the seam between then and now. Let them fray. Some debts stay buried. You walk. Behind you, rust resumes its slow scripture. Your palm lingers on the gate's iron spine. Its chill, now a whispered secret, rather than a blade. Rust flakes drift like dormant fireflies, settling on your sleeve as ephemeral fingerprints. The hinges stay silent this time, their protests spent. You step back, gravel crunching softer than fallen leaves. 13 threads still cling to the scrollwork, trembling in the breeze like unfinished verse. Let them. Some stories fray at the edges. Moonlight pools where your shadow once stretched, pale ink spilled across sandstone. The arches watch, but their gaze gentles, no longer sharp with the weight of centuries. A gecko skitters over quarry marks its tail, tracing the masons, looping him. You pause. The stones exhale dust and dusk, mingling on your tongue. The path unspools before you, washed in indigo, and the faint hum of Vega's ascent. No crickets, no creaking timber, only your breath steady, slow, echoing the villa's dormant pulse. Your boot avoids a fig's carcass, its seeds glistening like forbidden pearls. Ants retreat carrying stolen sweetness into cracks you'll never see. Cool air threads through your hair, a parting gift from the courtyard's crumbling lungs. You glance back once. The gate stands sentinel, its iron teeth cradling moonlight instead of secrets. Rust blooms eternal. Ivy shivers. The villa settles deeper into its limestone cradle content to dream in fractured frescoes and moth-wing silence. You walk. The road blurs, a tapestry of gravel and ghostlight. 13 threads snap free, spiraling into the dark like wishes too tender to name. Your shoulders loosen, night stitches shut the seam between then and now, each step softer, slower, until even the stars hold their breath. Sleep waits beyond the next bend, a patient escort with velvet hands. Surrender to its pull. Let the gate's lullaby, iron and time, rust, and resolve curl softly at your feet. Tomorrow's sun will bleach these stones anew. But here, now in the hush where history naps, you drift, unspooled, light as a lantern's last sigh.